Hello and welcome to the EcoCast. Today's topic, supporting Microsoft-centric environments. This event is produced by Actual Tech Media, and I'm excited to be joined by many presenters on today's event. This is the biggest Microsoft EcoCast event that we've ever done. On this event, you'll hear from experts at Solarwinds, NetApp, Nutanix, Riverbed, Druva, Veeam, Progress, Open Systems, Rapid7, Ignite, and Mimecast. We've got an awesome show lined up for you today. Thank you so much for taking time out of your schedule to join us. Before we get started, just a bit of information about today's event. If you haven't been on an EcoCast before, you should know that we at Actual Tech Media created the EcoCast, MegaCast, and Summit event series to help educate IT professionals such as yourselves about the latest and greatest in enterprise technology, and to help you to do it from the comfort of your home and learn a lot at the same time. So we want this to be educational. The goal here is to get everyone's questions answered and to help you learn a lot about some really cool technology that can hopefully help to make your lives as IT professionals easier. Now, the questions tab is on the left-hand side there of your audience console. I see lots of comments coming in already. Good morning to everyone out there. Dan, Mike, Steven, Young, Howard, everyone out there. Thank you so much for joining us on the event. So we welcome those comments, those good morning messages. Always love to see those. Of course, we also welcome your technical questions for today's presenters, because I'll be doing a dedicated Q&A session with each of the presenters. And trust me, I need some good questions from everyone out there in the audience. So keep those questions coming, and I'll be doing my best to get all your questions answered. I want to see really how these solutions can help you to solve your challenges. And I don't know what your challenges are, honestly, unless you bring them forward there in the questions tab, and we'll do our best to solve them. We also have a number of handouts there in the handouts tab. They are URL links that you can click on and open tabs in your browser to resources, as well as PDFs and ebooks. So go ahead and download all of those now, and you can check them out after today's presentation. We also want this to be a social event. You can tweet directly from the console on the bottom of your screen using the Twitter icon. The hashtag for today's event, which is ATM EcoCast, will be automatically appended, and I'll be monitoring Twitter and tweeting throughout today's presentation. So hope to catch you over there on Twitter as well. And then you might have heard that we have some prizes. We do have 7 Amazon $500 gift cards to give out on today's presentation. You must be live in attendance to qualify for the drawings. There are a number of other legally prized terms and conditions that you need to be aware of, and you can find those there in the handouts tab. All prize winners must submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media. Winners have the option to make a donation to selected charities. We've supported charities throughout the years, and generous attendees have donated thousands of dollars over the years to charities. So if you win a prize and would like to help someone less fortunate, we would love to help you do that. Now, Actual Tech Media has been supporting direct relief, and until COVID-19 is beat, Actual Tech Media is donating $500 to Direct Relief, who supports frontline healthcare workers with critical PPE and other supplies that they need. So we're doing that for every MegaCast, EcoCast, and Summit event that we run. Of course, we encourage you to support them or other charities similar to those as well. We've also been supporting the Diane Fossey Gorilla Fund and One Tree Planet in partnership with Gorilla.guide, the Gorilla Guide Book Club. You can go to Gorilla.guide and download tons of free educational IT resources. So make sure you check that out if you haven't been there already. You can follow me on Twitter, David M. Davis. Follow Actual Tech Media as well. And again, the hashtag for today's event on Twitter is ATM EcoCast. Just a reminder that you can follow Actual Tech Media on YouTube, on Facebook, and we also have the 10 on Tech podcast running over in the iTunes Store. We post all of our latest and greatest content on the LinkedIn page of our Actual Tech Media, so make sure that you're following us there on LinkedIn. And now, before I jump into it with today's first presenter on this just massive Microsoft EcoCast event today, we have a little bit of educational resources or content here from our friend, That is Mr. Ned Bellavance, Pluralsight author and MVP, Ned1313 on Twitter, Ned in the Cloud. He runs a really cool podcast. He's been supporting us and contributing to these events for some time. So with that, take it away, Ned.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ned Bellavance, Ned1313 on Twitter, and this is 5 things to know about Office 365 and Azure. Okay, so number 1 is to secure your identity. Identity is the new currency when it comes to the cloud. You no longer have a network perimeter that all your applications live behind. When it comes to accessing services within the cloud, it's all about identity. So how do you secure that identity? Well, number 1 is to enable multi-factor authentication. You absolutely have to do this. And many cloud services like Office 365 and Microsoft Azure have made it relatively straightforward to do that. So that's highly recommended, not just for administrators, but also for regular end users. There's also a feature within Office 365 and Azure called conditional access, and that enables you to determine the level of access for a user based on things like their location. Within Azure Active Directory and Office 365, users can have the role of global admin, and just like domain administrators, you should try to limit the membership of that global admins as much as possible. And you can do that by creating custom roles for users that do need to perform administrative functions, but don't need global admin access. There's also a feature called Privileged Identity Management that allows you to temporarily grant elevated permissions to a user and then revoke their permissions once they've completed whatever the task is. In addition to securing your identity, you also need to secure your data. In the same way that you can no longer assume that your identity lives within a perimeter, your data no longer lives within a perimeter. It's going to move outside of your corporate network. It's important to apply things like labeling to your data so you know what kind of data you're dealing with, and then based off of those labels, you can determine whether encryption needs to be applied before this information leaves your organization. And the way that you can do that is through policies. Azure Information Protection allows you to leverage labeling and policies to determine what level of protection is needed for data and where data can move around your organization and beyond. In addition to securing your data, you also have to protect your data. There's a false idea out there that the cloud is responsible for protecting all of your data in all the ways you need it protected, and that's not necessarily true. For issues like retention, Office 365 doesn't know what your retention requirements are for different kinds of data. That's something you need to go in and configure yourself. Likewise, Office 365 and Microsoft Azure don't back anything up by default. Your Exchange Online mailboxes, your SharePoint sites, your Azure VMs, none of those are backed up by default. That's something you need to turn on by choice. You may also need to archive data outside of Office 365 for long-term retention and compliance. There are some features that exist within Azure and Office 365 for that, but you may want to store those archives on a service that's outside of Azure and Office 365. When you think about who's responsible for applying all of this security and protection, it's going to be your people. And so you do have to train your people to interact with Office 365 and Microsoft Azure. And that absolutely includes administrators. They are going to be encountering a completely new management plane when they move to 365 and Azure. You need to provide proper training so they know how to interact with that management plane. Likewise, your end users are going to be presented with new software, features, and functionality. There's a ton of awesome improvements when it comes to security and features within Office 365, but if your end users have not received the proper training for it, they're going to have no idea how to use it. The training also needs to be an ongoing effort. The features and services within Office 365 and Microsoft Azure are constantly evolving. Your training efforts also have to be constantly evolving to keep your admins and end users informed. Finally, and this one is not necessarily obvious, which is why I bring it up, you need to plan your network to adapt to the needs of Office 365 and Microsoft Azure. One of the top things is that your traffic patterns are going to change once you make the migration. Whereas most of your traffic was going back to a local data center for applications, once you move those applications to Office 365 and Microsoft Azure, the traffic now goes there as opposed to your data center. So you're going to need to plan for performance when it comes to your egress links to Office 365 and Azure. One of the more common networking patterns at large organizations is to backhaul all internet traffic to a central site for security and examination. However, once you move to Office 365 and Azure, that traffic pattern probably doesn't make sense anymore. What makes more sense is to plan for egress at the branch site. You are going to have to put in some level of traffic inspection and security at those egress sites, but your end users are going to see significant improvement in performance. So those are the big 5 things that you need to know about Office 365 and Microsoft Azure. Secure your identity, secure your data, protect your data, train your people, and plan your network. Thanks, everyone. Have a great day.
All right. Thank you, Ned. Great presentation, cool content there, and a lot of good tips. So I've just brought up our first poll question of the event. We'll be doing a number of poll questions throughout today's EcoCast. Of course, we appreciate your participation in these. You can answer the poll question right in the slides window, just simply by clicking the option that corresponds to you. And the question on the screen is, what's your time frame for adding new or updating existing IT solutions at your company? Just curious about, with a lot of changes going on in today's corporate world, what's your time frame? Is this something, are you looking for new solutions right now in the next 6 months, or 6 to 12, 12 to 24, or just not sure? We are lining up our first presenter here. I'll introduce them in just a moment, but let me give you a few more seconds to answer this question. And now I'm excited to introduce our first presenter on today's EcoCast. That is Mr. Thomas LaRock, head geek at Solarwinds. Thomas, are you there?
I am. Thank you.
Thanks for being on. Take it away, Thomas.
Okay, thank you. There's the next button. All right. Yes, as mentioned, my name's Thomas LaRock. I'm a head geek at Solarwinds. Today, I'm going to spend some time talking about ways to bridge your journey to Microsoft Azure. A little bit about me, I have been in IT roles for about 20 plus years now. Some may say that makes me old. I prefer to say I'm experienced. I've done just about everything: programmer, developer, analyst, and database administration. Data is really my passion, and I do enjoy it probably too much to be healthy. Enough about me, though. The agenda today, real quick. I'm going to talk to the challenges of adopting and using a public cloud. Then we'll go over what I've outlined as 4 steps to help bridge your journey to the cloud. We'll talk about some fundamental controls, preparations for migrations, how to monitor the cloud, and hybrid IT operations management. And we'll finish. I'll give a brief overview of how here at SolarWinds we can help you monitor, manage, and secure your Microsoft Azure environment. All right. So a little bit about current trends. And as we spend the next 15, 20 minutes talking through here, what I really want you to have as a takeaway is I want you to figure out and think about where you are in your journey to the cloud right now. Because everybody's somewhere a little different. Some people may be fully cloud, most of us are hybrid, and some of us may have not really taken steps quite yet, and you're just still beginning. So these 6 trends kind of show a little bit of each of that, right? So you have your digital transformation, which I really think is kind of a marketing buzzword, but we'll leave it up there. People seem to have an idea of what it kind of means. To me, it kind of means that you're moving a lot of your assets to some sort of cloud offering, whether it be software as a service or whether infrastructure as a service. That's what I sort of see as a digital transformation. There's also an evolving market, right? So there's a lot of opportunity for growth as performance challenges become better understood, right? So there's this increasing maturity of, say, previously disrupted IT capabilities. The new different, right? Everybody for the last, say, 150 days, things have been kind of different, and uncertainty. So a lot of us have been asked to simply do more with less. And it's not just IT, it's everyone. We all have had to figure out how to do a little bit more while having less resources at our disposal. Of course, applications and the data powering those applications are mission critical. We all know that. But there's still continued on-premises growth, or Earth's growth, as I like to put it. Some of that is driven by security, some is cost, some performance, but sometimes it's compliance as well. So we all know that the on-prem IT infrastructure, it's here to stay and it must be managed. It will not completely go away. There's always going to be something earthed, right? So hybrid IT, that's really the future. That's where all of us are going to end up, because you're going to have a mix. You're going to have something earthed. You're going to have almost everything else in the cloud at some point. And that infrastructure, while on-prem infrastructure continues to grow, the public cloud adoption, as we'll see in a moment, that is continuing at a rapid pace. And of course, security is essential, especially with employees working remotely. That means your attack surfaces have expanded rapidly, right? But security should be a job focus for everybody. As I say, security is responsibility. So let's look at some data. So where are organizations right now focusing IT investment? Well, there's really, now this data comes from an IDC quarterly cloud IT infrastructure tracker for 2019, and there's also an IDC semi-annual software tracker for 2019. So this is the most recent data and estimates that they have. So you can see public cloud spend is increasing. You might say 2% doesn't sound like a lot, but it is. That's quite a bit. It's an increase, all right, over the previous, say, 4 years. And the private cloud spend, and of course, all this money is in billions. While the growth in public cloud spending is expected to outpace growth in Earth spending, that may lead to greater IT fragmentation, right? And there's a big growth area that you hear, more buzzwords, DevOps and Agile. So to me, I take this all in and I say, organizations are really focusing on leveraging cloud technologies in order to get things like resiliency, redundancy, performance benefits, lowering cost of ownership, and you hope you're lowering your costs. And that's the investment in the cloud adoption over this time frame, right? And you can throw all the buzzwords you want at it, DevOps, Agile, things like that. But to me, that's what it means. It means I need to get to the cloud because I need better redundancy, resiliency. I need better performance, and it's easier to let somebody manage all of that infrastructure for me. So a handful of things here. So Azure, AWS are really the top two public cloud providers. There's no question about that. You could say, hey, what about Google? And I'd say, well, Alibaba actually has more market share than Google. So it's really Azure and AWS. Azure adoption is up. It's up 15% year over year, and it's now about 85% of what AWS is. And part of that is driven because a lot of shops are already Microsoft shops. So you get things tied to an O365 subscription, and it's kind of an easy little journey in order for people to dip their toe into a little bit of Azure at a time. We all know people are multi-cloud, and Azure and AWS are two of those, but other clouds would be things like Dropbox, for example. So newer cloud users favor Azure, we know that. Large organizations are prioritizing use of a public cloud, right? And organizations leverage almost 5 clouds on average. Again, things like Dropbox, OneDrive, of course that's an Azure thing, but it's not just one bucket for everybody, right? It's not. There are very few people that kind of go all in on just one and nothing else. But we know Azure adoption is rising. We know folks are favoring Azure. We have the data. This data, I forget where this comes from. It's not cited. But we all know and can see it and believe it. And if you don't believe it, just look at Microsoft's stock price, right? Oh, next slide. So let's think about some of the challenges that you're probably facing right now. And I'm hoping the next couple of slides might have some things that kind of resonate with you and you say, yeah, that's where I am. And later we're going to talk about how SolarWinds can kind of help wherever you are and help you understand that that journey to the cloud may not be as difficult as you might think. So what we're seeing here is tech pro roles and silos are kind of converging. There's also, say, flat budgets, especially in 2020. Budgets are not just flat, they might be a little bit less. And there's also a lack of qualified personnel, right? So when you think about going to the cloud, and this data is coming from the SolarWinds IT Trends Report, and this is from our North American respondents. And if you go to the IT Trends Report, you can actually filter on a lot of different segments, both geographically and by industry. But if you look at what we see in North America, is that these roles, we know that there's increased responsibilities, increased work hours, and there's going to be a need to retrain because, again, we're asking to do more with less. But unfortunately, the barriers to that is we don't really have the budget to do that training. And of course, cloud kind of shifts on us, right? Day to day, if you ever use the Azure portal, how you use it today is going to be different how it gets used tomorrow. Things just get moved around constantly. And of course, that lack of training. Of course, you can't get training if you don't have the budget. And 48% of IT pros believe that new IT pros won't have the skills that are needed. So somebody coming out of school, you already know, won't have the skills because whatever they learned over those past few years in school, everything constantly changes. And only 28% of existing pros think they have the skills. And part of that is understanding as you get some experience in the IT industry, you start to realize there's a whole bunch of stuff out there that you don't know. And so you start to feel that your skills are lacking. I feel I know my way around Azure. I kind of know my way around AWS. I know a little bit about GCP. I know that there's all these clouds. I'll even say Oracle and IBM. There's so many clouds out there. It's kind of hard to think that I would sit there and say, yeah, I have the skills to do all of that. I'm capable, but I don't have the experience with it. There's only so many hours in the day. We know applications run the business. And of course, that means personnel and skills issues will grow alongside them. So 54% of the respondents for this IT Trends Report say that they spend more time managing apps and services than infrastructure and hardware. And now part of that could be because of cloud adoption, right? There's less infrastructure and hardware for you to manage. But the real thing is that once you start building out these apps and services, you start needing more and more personnel to manage those. And some of this is where some dev teams, developers, right, they go out, they build something cool because it's shiny and it satisfies a particular niche business need. It goes production, everybody's really enjoying it, and then it kind of gets tossed over the wall for operations folks to handle. So those operation folks end up having to manage that app or service more than they're doing anything with regards to the infrastructure or hardware for the company. Cloud tech tools, we know they're kind of mixed. The top 3 SaaS monitoring tools, right, are your network tools, user experience monitoring, and log analysis. This is kind of a DevOpsy thing, right? This is where you're looking for those golden signals, and especially inside that user experience monitoring. 61% use native and third-party APM tools, application performance monitoring tools. We know enterprise organizations are using a lot of APM tools. Almost a quarter of small businesses won't monitor cloud or SaaS offerings, which I find surprising. I'm guessing part of that is because they don't have the tools to do it, or they don't have the experience. The cloud providers, AWS and Azure, offer a lot of ingrained, embedded monitoring for their services. So it's not that these small businesses don't have the ability to do it. It's kind of like they just won't. They just, for some reason, aren't. And last, security and compliance are going to drive your personnel needs as well, right? Security should be everyone's job. It's almost everyone's job. 65% of IT pros are spending at least 10% of their time on security management. I think it should be more than that. Security is a shared responsibility. network security, security event management, and even backup and recovery, especially with all the ransomware attacks. You got to have the ability to recover fairly quickly and to a fairly recent point in time in order to fully recover from ransomware, right? So this is kind of a big deal these days. Maybe 10 years ago, it was more of an afterthought. Security was that thing you did later on. These days, security is that thing that kind of has to happen first and foremost. This also plays into compliance, because now you have a lot of compliance coming in with GDPR, HIPAA, PCI. With those policies, now you need experts in these areas. Because if you're going to start to, say, deploy some new widget, you need somebody to stand up and say, hey, wait, are we GDPR compliant? Right? Is that what? It's a public-facing website. Somebody from Europe might see it, or the EU might see it. Hey, we need to make sure we're following all of these guidelines. And that's not something that every person in IT is going to have experience with. So you have to start thinking about hiring the people necessary to have those skills. And of course, again, we have lack of resources. So most companies are trying to increase staffing for those roles. All right. So how can we help you bridge the journey to the cloud? So let's talk a little bit about, say, fundamental controls. So we want to monitor, where'd it go? I need to ensure I'm able to monitor costs across and manage access to my public cloud environments. This is probably something you've said to yourself or heard in a meeting, right? We have to be able to monitor the costs and manage the access to your public cloud environments. Many times I've heard stories, it's reflected in our survey results historically, where people say they've gone to the cloud and they've come back. And one of the biggest reasons is they weren't able to control the spending. So it's really easy for you to deploy resources in a matter of minutes. And many times you don't know how much you're spending till you get that bill at the end of the month. So you've really got to have an idea of what is being used and how it's being used and who is using it. You can't just drop everything in an S3 bucket and leave it open for the world. People still do that, but you shouldn't be doing that. So when you go to prepare to migrate, sometimes it's kind of best to optimize those earthed workloads to begin with, right? So if you've been told to migrate all the VMs to the public cloud, but you have maybe thousands of VMs and you're not really sure which ones are kind of being used, or worse, you've got some VMs that are simply over-provisioned and you think you can lift and shift that to the cloud, that's going to be a problem, because that's going to cost you more than you probably have any idea about. And of course, you don't want underutilized, under-provisioned VMs, because the applications may not perform to expectations. So you probably want to go through and identify the workloads that you want to get to the cloud, and you have to find a way to tune it before it gets there, right? And sometimes, of course, we just have some orphan VMs, they're forgotten, they're just sort of sitting around. So there's a lot of work to get done to get there, and it can be daunting. So you kind of need the right tools in order to give you the best picture of the health of your environment now before you start migrating things. Of course, monitoring the cloud, once you're there, the health, the performance of all the IT assets, right? So you want to monitor these resources in the public cloud, but you've got, 27 different native tools, and they're all over the place. So, of course, somebody might say, well, we'll just connect with the API, but that means you need to start building out how to programmatically collect all those metrics from the API. So the clouds, they do offer some native capabilities, and sometimes it's maybe designed for a different audience. Like depending on where you are in the Azure portal, something might be more designed for a web developer versus a DBA. And hybrid IT operations management. This is where most people end up, is they go, look, I need some controls. I need to prepare to migrate. We got to worry about monitoring, and I've got 27 different tools. You know what I need is an integrated set of solutions that monitor, manage, and secure my hybrid IT environment. And that is where Solarwinds comes to help you, right? Because that's what we do. That's what we do best. We build tools for IT professionals to help them monitor, manage, and secure their assets across Earth, hybrid, and multi-cloud environments. All right. How we do that, you can see here, all things IT, right? So service management, application performance management, database performance management, infrastructure, network management, IT security, everything, no matter who's doing it and no matter where it sits. This is simplified IT operations management. This is what we do. How we do it is, well, we have a lot of different products. And what you can see here is kind of a breakdown of where certain things sits. Like for application performance monitoring, we have a handful of tools identified here. You might have heard of Pingdom, Loggly, AppOptics. I won't go through all these, but just to give you an idea of the breadth that we have of these tools. And when you start to explore some of them, you also see the depth and detail that they go into in order to help you in your journey to the cloud. If you want more information, there's a link there, solarwinds.com, solutions, IT operations management solutions. I'd encourage you to just browse and check out some of the assets we have for IT operations management. We have a fully online demo for our products, oriondemo.solarwinds.com. And of course, we have product trials. We also have free versions of many of our products. We also have a lot of our products, I want to say 14 now, they are actually in the Azure Marketplace. So a few clicks and you could have our tools deployed into Azure Infrastructure as a Service, and you could be up and running and monitoring, I'd say within the hour, probably within 15 minutes. But depending on the tool, I'll just say within the hour, getting some metrics and being able to take some action. So again, I encourage you to go and check that out, browse what we have to offer, because no matter where you are in your journey to the cloud, right, SolarWinds has tools or platform that can help you. And with that, I am at time, and I'm not sure if I see any questions. Oh, there's the questions tab. But if we have some questions, I can answer them.
Excellent. Yeah, absolutely. We do have some questions for you, Thomas. While we do that, I've just brought up this poll question for the audience that says, what additional information would you like about the SolarWinds solution? And we'll leave that up while we do some Q&A. So if you have a question for Thomas, now is the time to get it in. Thomas, I'll rephrase this, or paraphrase this first question here a little bit. You know, you mentioned how you've been in IT a long time. I'm sure you've seen kind of the ebb and flow of centralization and decentralization and insourcing and outsourcing. Basically, this person's asking, do you think that with public cloud that, you know, so many companies are moving apps to the cloud, do you foresee it flowing back and repatriating, or whatever the term is, those applications back on premises? What's your prediction?
So I predict that some workloads will come back, and that's mostly because those companies probably didn't do enough legwork to figure out what needed to be moved and how it needed to be moved. So ultimately, in our surveys, what we found is that the number one reason that somebody came back was cost. They thought it'd be a lot cheaper, and it wasn't. Something just wasn't set up right. And the second reason is performance. It wasn't performing as expected. Now, these two things get tied to what I would say is the commonly called lift and shift. The idea that you can just take whatever is running as is and simply redeploy it somewhere else. And lift and shift is often a horrible idea. I like to say move and improve. So that way, at least you have an idea that you're going to move it somewhere, and then you need to actively be tuning it. You need to figure out what the costs are, what the performance is, and have an idea of how to address those right away in order to, you know, stabilize and keep things running in the cloud. If you can't do that, that's where workloads tend to come back. My personal feeling is that a lot of stuff is a lot of legacy apps that people are using, they're simply going to transition to software as a service offerings anyway. So that stuff is going to stay in the cloud. And the number one example I would give you is Salesforce. A lot of us had our own CRMs that we all hosted ourselves. And eventually we all just said, we can just let Salesforce take care of all of that. And that's where that's my big prediction. I kind of see most of the stuff going to the cloud, but it's all going to be SaaS.
Okay. Yeah, great insight. I appreciate that. And I foresee that as well with, like, for example, Microsoft Exchange. I mean, everybody's moving to Office 365. I don't really see people wanting to manage Exchange, let's say, on premises anymore. That just doesn't sound fun.
Yeah, I would agree. If anybody is managing their own Exchange these days, they're doing it wrong. Just use O365.
Right, absolutely. Next question here, they're asking, does the shared responsibility model mean basically that it's just always my fault if something goes wrong? What's your take on that?
I'm guessing that's a DBA that asked that question, because it's always our fault. It's always the database's fault, right? But no, I say security is a shared responsibility because we're all in this together. So you can't just point the finger at one person and say, you're to blame for a breach, right? It's all of us. We are all responsible for security and have to be vigilant about it every day. You cannot just place the blame and say, oh, then somebody got in through the network and the network was the problem. No, somebody got in through the network because you clicked on a link in an email, right? So it's a shared responsibility. We're all in this boat together. And that's what I mean by that. Not that it's going to be easy to point the finger at one person. No. When something happens, it's all of our fault.
Okay, I like that. Yeah, good way to look at it. Next question, can SolarWinds monitor cloud-based containers or just on-prem containers?
Well, if it's infrastructure as a service, then yes, because what we do is to monitor containers, we use the sidecar method, right? So we deploy a container that's on the host with your other containers, and we can monitor everything running on that host. So it doesn't matter where that host is as long as we can access it. If you're running a container that's, say, being offered as a service in Azure, AWS, and I'm thinking just in terms of serverless, I'm not really sure how that would work, but definitely for anything that is, if the host is deployed as infrastructure, either cloud or earth, we'll be able to connect, then we can monitor.
Nice, okay. And then I know you mentioned that SolarWinds has a great demo site where people can try out the SolarWinds, the many different SolarWinds offerings. Can you remind us of what that site is again?
Yes, it's Orion Demo, all one word, oriondemo.solarwinds.com. And honestly, if you go to SolarWinds.com and you click through and you find a product you're interested in, there's usually a button on that page that says Interactive Demo, and that'll bring you to the same site.
And that's one of the things I really like about what you all have done at SolarWinds is there's a demo for just about everything, and you can go try it at no cost, no barrier really. I mean, there's nothing to download. Just go to the website and it's all there. You can try it in a web browser. It makes it super easy. So it looks like that's all the time we have for questions, but really great presentation, Thomas. Thank you for being on.
All right. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
And thank you to SolarWinds for supporting today's event. If you go to the Handouts tab right there and click on the very first link, it'll take you to the SolarWinds website, and you can try out the SolarWinds solutions for yourself. Of course, they have the Orion Demo online website. They also have downloads of tools that you can try out, so make sure you check it out. And with that, it's time for our next presenter on today's Microsoft EcoCast. That is Mr. Mike McGee, Technical Marketing Engineer at Nutanix. Mike, take it away.
My name is Mike McGee. I'm a Technical Marketing Engineer with Nutanix, and as a part of our brief discussion today, I'm going to talk about where Microsoft technologies start to intersect with what we do at Nutanix. That's going to include anything you might be doing on premises, so any applications you might be installing in virtualization layers, et cetera, but also where we work with Microsoft Azure and also multi-cloud environments. If you are not familiar with Nutanix, we essentially help you modernize your data center. So think any application. It could be end user computing. It could be large scale enterprise applications at any scale. So if you're running applications on the edge in remote office or branch offices or even centralized data centers, or anywhere really in any cloud, whether it's a private cloud, hybrid cloud, or even a full public cloud. And we do this all based on software. We do it by combining multiple layers within the traditional IT environment. If you are familiar with Nutanix, we are historically associated with hyperconverged infrastructure, or HCI. So we'll spend a little time focusing on that, because in your on-premises, private, or maybe hybrid cloud, you're likely virtualizing applications and running it on a consolidated platform. But there's also pieces around how do I orchestrate net governance around my applications, or maybe a platform as a service, or even software as a service, and how do I run that in a hybrid cloud, or even just a wholly public cloud environment. So we'll get into a lot of those details on how Nutanix can help you up the stack with those kinds of use cases around end user computing, database as a service, as well as a core infrastructure as a service as a part of your private or hybrid cloud. To focus briefly on hyperconverged infrastructure, or HCI, and really what you're going to hear as a theme throughout our discussion is Nutanix's ability to give you choice. So when it comes to HCI, we support really any core platform from a hardware perspective, but because we're really a software company, we're really independent and offer you full choice across hypervisors as well. So if you're not fully familiar with HCI, it's really where you take otherwise disparate pieces within a data center, the core servers, which include your compute, your storage network, your storage systems, and even your virtualization layer, and combine it into one simple to deploy stack. That adds a lot of benefits and agility to your core data center, your ability to quickly deploy applications. And based on the freedom to choose that we give you, you can choose any hypervisor. So we support VMware ESXi. A lot of environments that are Microsoft-centric will utilize Hyper-V. We have support across 2012 all the way through 2019, which is due very soon. And we also have our own virtualization option called AHV, which we've qualified with Microsoft environments. We've gone through the server virtualization validation program, or SVVP, qualified drivers, HCL, et cetera. So you have confidence that you can run Windows as an operating system and all the related applications, whether you're still running Exchange on-prem, SQL Server, SharePoint, Dynamics, et cetera. So consolidating a platform with HCI is really one of the core and primary tenets that Nutanix gives you to run your Microsoft applications. But ultimately, when you start looking at where IT is heading, or where it really is already, you need to enable certain tenets in order to really fulfill the mission as an infrastructure administrator or IT administrator. At its heart, along with simplifying based on HCI, you need to start standardizing, moving up the stack across your applications. How do I consistently deploy a multi-tiered application, and how do I do it the same on-prem or in the cloud? What are ways in which I can do that? And not only deployment, how do I manage it over time? How do I do scale? How do I do upgrades? How do I decommission, or how do I move? Another piece is, once you've made choices on how to deploy your applications, how do I optimize for performance, for cost? Should I deploy this on premises? Should I deploy it in the cloud? If I did deploy it in the cloud, how are those resources being utilized? How can I ensure that they're performant? How can I ensure that they're secure? And how can I optimize for cost? And if I do need to move it, what's the best option? Or even to change subscription models, when's the best time to do that, based on perhaps on-demand resources versus reserved subscriptions? And lastly, and I think to agree most importantly, how do you make it self-service? How do you empower your end users to do these kinds of operations? How do you get show back and charge back? And how do you allow them in the era of cloud to actually do these deployments themselves in a modern and governed way? So that's really what we're going to focus on above that core HCI stack, or even completely running within a public cloud. How does Nutanix then help you with that application orchestration and multi-cloud management across those three areas that we just focused on? So we're going to focus on some core use cases across 4 core products that not only tie into Azure, but start tying directly into specific applications like SQL Server and database as a service. So to start with something that we call Nutanix COM, from the perspective of application automation and deployment, as well as governance, that's really where COM comes into play. It gives you an application agnostic method for essentially creating blueprints within a given environment to deploy an application that you can then publish via a marketplace to your end users. So out of the gate, it gives you self-service capabilities to any of the tenants that might want to run or deploy a given application. It also gives you governance because you can now define a blueprint exactly the way an application is going to be deployed, how it's secured, et cetera, and publish that to a marketplace so you have a very standardized method by which your end users can do deployments. And as I mentioned, beyond deployments, COM can give you full application lifecycle management. So from initial deployment to adding scale to that environment to performing upgrades, also down to decommissioning. So it's not just the day one operations, it's also operations down the line. And again, standardizing those operations to make sure that they're simple, secure, and something that your end users can perform. And lastly, COM really helps you also manage a multi-cloud environment. You can use COM to deploy applications onto Nutanix HCI, but with the exact same blueprint and even through the same marketplace item, you can choose on where to deploy it. So you can select to deploy in Microsoft Azure, for example. So it is through the marketplace where you would publish your blueprints, assign them to different users, and then allow a given blueprint to be deployed or not be deployed, based on cost or based on other requirements within your business. So if you want to choose a given maybe multi-tiered application, we're relying on Microsoft SQL Server, you want some of those virtual machines to be running on premises, maybe other parts of that application could be running in the cloud, you can create a blueprint to do that style of deployment in a hybrid fashion, all the way down to allowing your end users to actually do that level of deployment, scale, and management over time. The blueprints are really just a way for you to define an application. What are the virtual machines associated with it? What are their dependencies? If you do a scale operation, what else do you need to do within a given environment? So it's a very simple GUI-based platform and framework to allow you to start to build these out. And these could be done by an application administrator, maybe by an end user, or even if so simple, by an infrastructure administrator. So very simple way to create policies and standards for deploying these applications directly to a marketplace for your end users. And really at the end, it's about governance and consistency of these applications. And once you do define these blueprints, we really give you choice. So we talked about hypervisor choice earlier, or even hardware choice as you deploy our core AOS software. But you can also choose when it comes to COM where those deployments occur. So whether it's in our native iCloud services, AWS, or Microsoft-centric environments are really going to be focusing on using Azure and their Azure credits, you can choose where, once you create these deployments, these standardized blueprints, where you want them deployed. It can be in the cloud or it can be on-prem, whether it's virtual machine-based or even container-based. So COM is really that application agnostic method, really any application at any scale. You build out your blueprints and away you go, choose where to deploy based on cost, publish that to your end users. But you can also get into more specific use cases. So think of virtual desktops, VDI, or end user computing. A lot of solutions out there that we support as a part of our core HCI platform or part of the hypervisors that we support with ESX or AHV or Hyper-V. You have qualified solutions with Citrix, with VMware Horizon, with Microsoft-based VDI solutions. All those can run on our platform across our hypervisors, and we have solutions and qualifications and integrations with those styles of solutions across the board. But we do also offer a native service for end user computing in VDI. It's something that we call Xi Frame, and it's also something that you can deploy and leverage within Microsoft Azure. And essentially what Frame is a cloud-based platform, software as a service that you can run really anywhere, that gives you the ability to essentially run a virtual desktop and end user computing instance in the cloud with a browser-based solution. So enabling really any device. You can really use your browser on any device, tablet, laptop, phone, etc. So imagine having a cloud-based VDI solution that you can really run anywhere with any device that you choose. So there's really no agent required with Frame. Again, just HTML5-based browsers, which are supported just about with any vendor out there between Chrome, Firefox, etc. Because it's cloud-based, you can really start to spin up resources in really a matter of minutes. You can also spin down. You can choose when you want to maybe scale up or scale down a given workload, et cetera. So lots of flexibility on the where and how, and how much you want to consume, whether you need to scale or scale down. And again, it's really agnostic. So if you want to run in Azure, great. If you want to run on premises, say on our Nutanix AHV platform, you can do that as well. And you can mix and match and control exactly the way you choose to utilize those resources. Again, really optimizing for cost and your business requirements. It's really as simple as logging into a centralized console, choosing your cloud where you want these instances to be deployed. So on-prem, Azure, AWS, et cetera. You have flexibility in the way you can authorize your users. Most are using some form of Active Directory, OTA, et cetera. You can then bring your own application images. So what are your desktop images? Are they Windows Server? Are they Windows 10? Are they some form of Linux, et cetera? You then can connect these operating systems to storage if you want to leverage home profile directories, user directories, et cetera. It could be OneDrive, again, as a part of the Microsoft ecosystem. We also, as a part of our core platform, offer an application that we call Nutanix Files, which allows you to export our core storage out over the SMB or NFS protocol to applications, or in this case, perhaps over the SMB protocol to your end users. So if you're using an on-premises Nutanix cluster, you can actually use Nutanix Files as the file and data solution for those individual desktops spun up within Xi Frame. And again, because it's a browser-based solution, you can run it on your laptop, you can run it on your phone, you can run it on a tablet, et cetera. So really, again, going to that freedom of choice that we talked about before across applications, hypervisor, clouds, et cetera, Frame really has you covered in spades when it comes to that end user computing style solution. Now, let's say you've deployed some applications, you've maybe used Calm to deploy a multi-layered, three-tiered application, or maybe you've done some deployments with Xi Frame that you have running in Microsoft Azure. The next piece is, how do I start to monitor and optimize those specific solutions? Not only from a governance perspective, but also from a security side, and that's really where Xi Beam comes into play. So regardless of where I'm running a given application, how do I ensure it's secure, and how do I ensure that it's optimized for cost and also for performance? And Xi really has you covered on both of those fronts. So we'll initially focus on it from a cost control, and it really falls into three main buckets. How do I get visibility, optimization, and also control? From the visibility perspective, Xi will allow you to register, for example, your Microsoft Azure Enterprise account. All the subscriptions to that account will show up within the dashboard, and you can start to understand where is the cost associated with this enterprise account or associated with this subscription occurring. So you get an overall spend overview across the different subscriptions, so you can find out who might be consuming the most within that enterprise account. You get a time-based spend analysis to understand where X amount was spent on a given month. Is it going up? Is it going down? And you also get a spend efficiency, so you can understand, are the resources I'm consuming actually being utilized, or can I start to find efficiencies within this given environment? Once you understand where the efficiencies can be had, you then get to start to optimize. So do I need to reduce or scale down some of my resources because, you know what, I'm really not using that Azure instance of SQL. Maybe the virtual machines I have running in Azure aren't consuming all their compute or all their storage, et cetera. So not only can you start to optimize that manually, we can also remediate some of these items for you. If you want to decommission some of the cloud-based instances that you have running across databases or virtualization, et cetera, you can start to get policy-driven automation to eliminate those resources beyond the fact that you're going to have complete showback and chargeback to your end users. And one of the cooler things that we've been looking at with Beam around cost optimization is, how do I manage the kinds of subscriptions I would use within a given cloud vendor? You know, do I want to use reserved instances, which might be some of the more expensive side, or do I want to be more on demand, or maybe even spot instances, which could be the cheapest, but you know, that might go away within a given time period? And how do I shift my licensing, or really shift my resources between these as I go? So Beam is going to help you understand that and help you with that shift in the future, so you can actually optimize without even moving the application specifically to these reserved or on-demand or spot instances as you go. So really giving you that cost optimization and automation that you just wouldn't be able to manage without an application like Beam. And I also mentioned how Beam can help you with security and compliance within your multi-cloud environment, again, both on-premises as well as within Microsoft Azure. And similar to the cost optimization, it starts with detection and initial compliance. So you'll immediately see a complete heat map of all of the instances that you might have running around the world, again, whether it's on premises or across your different clouds. Built in are over 500 security checks to help you audit a given environment and understand whether you're compliant to any baselines that you might have. You can certainly create your own customized security checks and add them to the system. So it's very flexible to allow you to build out that environment. But the real benefit here, above everything else, is that you have consistency of how that security and those checks are being applied across clouds and even on premises with Nutanix AHV. Once you do have some understanding of whether you are compliant with your security requirements, you can then start to do remediation. So there's one-click remediation capabilities, whether it's closing down certain instances that weren't supposed to be deployed, maybe networking ports, et cetera. We give you either the ability to copy out or understand the way in which you can remediate a given security vulnerability, or even automate that with some one-click capabilities across your various clouds. And you can also bundle these checks to create your own policies, but we also have built-in policies. So Azure CIS, for example, or HIPAA or PCI DSS. So we have built-in compliance and security baselines for your various clouds, again, like Azure, or if you're running applications on premises with AHV, you have control over, say, doing a STIG-based compliance. So am I compliant to my security technical implementation guide, based on this hypervisor, so on and so forth. So complete security standardization, remediation, as well as detection with Beam, excuse me. And lastly, just to focus a bit more on the application layer, and our friends at Solarwinds who were presenting before focused on SQL Server quite a bit. So why don't we also take a turn and focus on SQL Server, really database as a service, something that we call Nutanix Era. So with Nutanix Era, we give you 4 core capabilities when it comes to managing your databases. Again, just the idea of choice. With Era, we give you the ability to manage your provisioning of your databases across various vendors. So Microsoft SQL Server, front and center, absolutely. But also if you have Oracle databases in your environment, MySQL, PostgreSQL, MariaDB, et cetera, others in the future, we give you a standardized database as a service platform for managing the various databases that you have within your estate. This includes one-click provisioning, and again, going back to our core tenants, self-service, you can deploy blueprints at the database layer, so essentially a database focused profile that you can publish to various tenants. It could be a DBA team, it could be an application automation team, a QA team, et cetera, to deploy databases based on Nutanix best practices on Nutanix HCI. Around this, we can do database protection because it's running on our platform. We can do space-efficient snapshots for surgical repair or recovery. We can also leverage those snapshots for copy data management. So imagine standing up a brand new QA instance or development instance and always having it refresh with the latest production data. So you can always be testing with the same data set that once you deploy that code or if you need to test that code, it'll be the same information or the same underlying data set that you would have in production. So you can use Era for creating snapshots, automatically presenting them to test and dev instances, and then refreshing them on a schedule of your choice, either manually or based on an automated timeline that you can define. This is all based on technology that we call a time machine, where you have a scheduled SLA, and you can use any point in time within that SLA to recover the databases for test or for data protection. And lastly, we've also added patching to Nutanix Era. So you have the full ability to create these database application profiles you can create different versions of them. And as you need to patch a database, you can apply that versioned database software to maybe older instances running in your environment. So again, going to that self-service and governance, you have standardization, you can have version control, kind of day 2, day 3 operations, and you can also publish these for self-service to your end users. And again, this is based on our core HCI platform. So our base infrastructure services with HCI, we give you the platform services around virtual machine deployment, the provisioning, the underlying copy data management mechanism that we use with our data protection and snapshots. But then Era really gives you that database as a service on top, again, across Microsoft SQL Server and other database estates, giving you that consistency. It's fully API driven. So going back to what we were talking about with Nutanix COM could actually be the core engine to drive a multi-tiered application deployment, while at the same time calling Era to maybe do a piece of that within, say, for example, deploying Microsoft SQL Server databases or refreshing a database as a part of a scale operation for a development environment. So really giving you the flexibility, the automation, whether it's self-service through our own interface, whether it's through third-party utilities that might do the provisioning for you via our APIs. So with that, hopefully that gives you an overview. And a lot of people associate Nutanix with just core HCI, but you can see we've grown up the stack from there to really help you simplify application lifecycle management, optimize your environment with tools like Zybeam, and also really add self-service to your end users really across our applications, whether it's with Zyframe and end user computing, whether it's with our database as a service with Nutanix Era, et cetera. All right, so with that, I'll turn it back to the team for Q&A.
Awesome. Thanks, Mike. So, yeah, a couple of questions here from the audience before you go. At the end there, you were talking about Era, and there's one question that came in during that time asking whether Era is compatible with Microsoft SQL always-on availability groups.
Yeah, so our core capability with Era not only gives you the ability to do standalone instances, but we can actually deploy clustered instances. So things like SQL Server always-on availability groups, we absolutely support. We give you that capability of deploying a database and automatically putting it within an AAG. So imagine the complexity behind deploying an operating system, deploying SQL Server, deploying the database, setting up the failover cluster that AAG relies on, and also deploying the availability group itself. So we automate all of that within our core framework and do it within 20 minutes, end to end. So it's a pretty cool capability. And we can also do that with other database vendors. We can do Oracle RAC, we can do HA Postgres, et cetera. So it's really part and parcel to the core platform and what makes it enterprise.
Cool. And another one I wasn't able to answer, I know about how you can try out the kind of base hyperconvergence platform. Are there trials you can get for the higher order technologies you were just showing us that are maybe cloud-based sort of thing, so people can poke at it?
Sure. Yeah. So take Zybeam, for example. There's a trial that you can register for there. For 15 days, you can connect it to your given environment, so you can see what kind of cost optimization that Beam might give you. We also, for say things like COM, we have something called Test Drive. I highly recommend you check it out on Nutanix.com. Just look for Test Drive. You'll have the ability to get your own really Nutanix cluster, mini cluster, if you will, running in the cloud, where we have a step-through walk-me demo that would show you how we do things with our analytics, for example, like some of our machine learning and analytics, but also how you can do blueprint-based deployments with Nutanix COM. So definitely check out Nutanix Test Drive for that as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's a big green button that says Test Drive. You can't miss it. So hop over there and check that out. Awesome. Thank you, Mike, for joining us on the EcoCast today. It was great to have you.
All right, great presentation, Mike. Thank you very much. We do have a poll question that I just brought up on the screen that says, what additional information would you like about the Nutanix solution? And so I'll leave that up while we do our first of 7 gift card prize announcements. All right, our first Amazon $500 gift card is going to Tim Carey of Massachusetts. Congratulations, Tim Carey from Massachusetts. We'll reach out to you to deliver that gift card. All right, thank you everyone who's responding to the poll. We do appreciate that. All right, thank you for those responses. It's now time to move on to our next presentation. I'm excited to now introduce Mr. J. Peter Bruzzese, evangelist at Mimecast. Peter, thank you for being on.
Greetings, David. It's good to be with you today.
Great to have you on, Peter. Good to chat with you. Always appreciate and look forward to your insight. Take it away.
All right, very good. Let's see if I can work through the slides here. Oh, look at that, I can. So today we're going to talk about supporting Microsoft-centric environments with being more secure and confident. And really we need to discuss some of the various issues that come into play when you are using a total Microsoft-centric environment. And so that's what the goal will be for this discussion. For starters, there are three things we're going to eventually cover. First of all, we should give some appreciation to what Microsoft has accomplished with regard to Office 365. It is an incredibly successful platform. Unfortunately, it happens to then also be the #1 targeted platform. And as far as where those targets are, in the cyber kill chain, we've often looked at everything from the gateway all the way through to the endpoint and the end user. And when we look at that cyber kill chain, we say, okay, is it equally distributed? Well, obviously not. We're going to talk about the #1 threat vector, which is email. And then finally, we're going to discuss how Mimecast can bolt onto Office 365, close the gaps, and enhance what Microsoft has already provided. So before we get into all of that, just a quick note as to who Mimecast is. The assumption is, of course, that folks would know by this point the name, but maybe not. So ultimately, Mimecast is a 100% cloud-native cybersecurity platform. It's been around for over a decade. It might be going on 15 years now. And ultimately, the primary focus was on traditional perimeter type control and protection. Since its inception, it has expanded to look at the entire cyber kill chain for areas where it can be of assistance, as well as other aspects of Office 365 that can use some bolstering. So we won't be able to discuss all of that in 20 minutes, but we'll try to focus on the main points with regard to security itself. That'll be the goal. So some additional points here as far as Mimecast. Really, the focus here is going to be the way that they help to solve Microsoft's intractable problem. And I like that word. It's a fancy word for what it really means is hard to fix or hard to control problem. And that's what we're going to kind of dive into at this point. Just giving props to Microsoft before we begin. Microsoft has developed the greatest business productivity toolkit in the history of mankind. From a communication and collaboration perspective, the tools that Microsoft has created, and I know it sounds like I've drunk too much of the Kool-Aid, but the honest truth is that we certainly should appreciate that they have created a suite that works really, really well to enable and enhance communication and collaboration for a 21st century world. There's no doubt that, especially with regard to the pandemic itself and how things have gone, that having these types of tools at our fingertips, it's essential for us to be able to continue to work as businesses. And Microsoft has done a great job in not only providing the tools, but providing this ecosystem that surrounds those tools to assist us. However, there's still the big elephant in the room here, and that is that there's still a threat involved when you are such a large cloud-based solution. Some of the concerns that folks have revolve around things like outages, and that's a fair concern. Other concerns, and appropriately so, revolve around the threats that come in. So that's where it's important to understand that all threats are not equal in terms of where they come from and the amount of danger that they pose. Some experts would say that the #1 threat vector is email. 90+% of all attacks start with some type of email phish. That's a fact. When you look at the different numbers, some say 94%, as you can see here on the slide. Others will say as high as, I saw in the Wall Street Journal an article that said 97%. So when you're looking at such high percentages, it begs the question, okay, well, so what's built right into Office 365 to help me with this problem? Well, to help you with this problem, Microsoft has certainly provided a variety of different tools. To start with, all plans, whether it's E1, E3, E5, doesn't matter, all plans get Exchange Online Protection, which is a free anti-spam, antivirus, some domain spoofing solution. Now, this is what I liken it to. I liken it to a picket fence, a 2-foot picket fence that'll keep the critters out. But again, it's free. So certainly a nice have for those organizations that maybe didn't have a lot of security prior to moving to the cloud, and now they have this little picket fence around their systems. But the next step is advanced threat protection. Microsoft will sell you better protection, which includes safe attachments and URL link checking and so forth. And I liken this to a 4 or 5 foot fence. So when you look at those things, you say, okay, is that enough? Well, considering this is the most attacked aspect of your entire organization is email, it might not be enough. And that's where it's important to look at what are some of the potential problems with Office 365 with regard to the emails that come in. What are other folks saying about this? So again, 94% cyber attacks start with email, but let's see what some of the experts have said with regard to what Microsoft has built in. So for example, Gartner says Gartner clients report dissatisfaction with natively available email security capabilities. And you can see others, TechTarget and others, who have said that the built-in solution just may not be enough for your organization. So in order to understand that, in order to actually figure out how do we enhance that, it's important to then look at all aspects of your environment to see where the threats are coming from and how can we plug those threats. There's no doubt that the traditional perimeter is of concern, right? Email, the gateway, that's a big concern. How do we bolster that? From a 2 or 4 foot or 5 foot fence to something better, like a 10-foot fence with barbed wire and sentinels and security cameras. How do we accomplish that goal if we're looking at Office 365 from a security perspective? Well, to start with, it's important to look and see what are or where are the various problems within your email security environment. So for starters, you have your perimeter. Traditional perimeter, there's no doubt that we're all concerned about spam, viruses just coming in, opportunistic attacks. But then you have your targeted attacks, you have your ransomware attacks and your malware attacks, and you've got impersonation attacks. And, it just gets to be just this long list of things that you have to be worried about. But again, those are all traditional email perimeter type attacks. We need to look at this from a zone perspective. That's one zone, the perimeter. What are some other zones that you have to be concerned about in an Office 365 world? Well, the next zone would be internal, right? Internal to your organization. So that includes things like employee behavior. That includes whether it's accidental opening of attachments and clicks and such like that, or whether it goes into malicious insiders. They say that ultimately all attacks these days end up being internal attacks, inside jobs. Whether it's accidental or whether it's purposeful, it's all internal. So if your first thought is I have to protect the perimeter, that's a good thought. But then beyond that, you have to look at what you're doing internally with your employees. What kind of training are you giving them? How are you helping them with, let's say, attack simulation and fake phishing simulations? Those are things you have to be thinking about in an Office 365 or M365 world. Some additional things you have to look at too are other tools. Like even though email is the largest attack vector, it's not the only attack vector. So Teams and other ways that you communicate and collaborate also provide then mechanisms for attachments and other links and such that can cause harm that go around your email security. So even though you put something at the perimeter, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have everything completely locked in. The next thing is beyond your perimeter. You have to look at things like brand exploits, threat actors impersonating brand, attacking you and your customers. So that's important. Now there's some solutions that you can utilize in that regard. SPF, DKIM, DMARC. A lot of folks, they're used to now implementing SPF, but the DKIM and the DMARC, they're not as comfortable with. With DMARC, it really requires that you have more than just a DMARC setting in your DNS, but you need to point the settings off to some type of analyzer solution in order to assist in that regard. And then last up, you have across your ecosystem. You might have already made investments in various pieces that, on their own, they work well, but you need to do more than that. So taking all of that into consideration, that's where the Mimecast email security solution really helps to bolster and enhance what Microsoft provides. And it does this on multiple levels. So for starters, we talked about the perimeter. So they have a secure email gateway solution with targeted threat protection. So an enhanced version of attachment protection, an enhanced version of URL protection beyond what Microsoft provides, not just in terms of features, but in terms of efficacy. So that's something that's worth looking into, the feature set and the efficacy of what Mimecast offers for the perimeter. Beyond that, there's internal. They have internal email protection as well, but also security awareness training and attack simulation, fake phishing simulation for your end users internally, along with a variety of other tools. In addition, beyond the perimeter, they have brand and domain protection. They acquired an organization, DMARC Analyzer, perhaps you've heard of them, and in doing so, they enhanced their solution to include that analyzation of DMARC reports. So if you do a P equals none, you'll get reporting. P equals reject will reject, but still you need reporting. So this is where DMARC Analyzer comes in, as well as another organization called Segasec, which helps with preventing brand exploitation. And then when it comes to reaching across the ecosystem, Mimecast also has an API that helps to work with existing investments. So whether you've invested in Palo Alto or Splunk or CrowdStrike or any of these others, this is where I like to say that each of those on their own could have their own Marvel movie, but ultimately at times when you already have made the investment, they need to come together, the Avengers moment, and help to protect against greater threats. So I'm sure David will appreciate that. All right, so finally, just a roundup here so that we can get into the Q&A portion. Mimecast helps to solve Office 365 or M365's intractable problem. And what is that? Well, it's the problem that they can't currently solve, which is enhanced security, enhanced continuity or availability, being able to really fill all of those different gaps at the same time. And the real key is that you don't want to have a single solution that does a single thing, but you want to be able to bolt on and fill in multiple gaps. You want an all-in-one solution that does a variety of different things because you don't want to daisy chain multiple solutions onto the front end of M365. So Mimecast will protect your email with security, as we talked about. It will help to train and strengthen your employees to strengthen that human firewall that you need. It will proactively hunt threats to your reputation and brand exploitation. It enriches and shares threat intelligence. It also will assist with regard to the various concerns with compliance that you might have, whether it's archive and e-discovery and other compliance. It will keep your email flowing even when Microsoft is down. So added continuity and availability, that is key, especially because M365 does go down in whole, in parts and pieces. So all of these things are important. And overall, it helps to extend protection with robust web security. So it's a lot to talk about in a short period of time, but I think we're able to cover it all. And so at this time, I'd like to just encourage that that's the big picture. If you'd like to know more, then you certainly want to look into what Mimecast has to offer and follow up with us on that. David, I'll invite you back in here.
Absolutely. Great presentation, as usual, Peter. Always teaching us. Intractable problem. I like that word there. A lot of good questions coming in, a lot of good feedback. Martin said this is some good stuff. Let's see. Paolo said, this is really important. We have a lot of attacks on our email, so good content. Let's do some Q&A here, and while we do that, I'll just bring up this poll. And the poll is, what additional information would you like about the Mimecast solution? So, Pete, there's some questions there in the queue for you. I'm not sure if you can see those, but one of them, I guess I'll start with, is how can you explain if this is a SaaS or if this is an on-premises solution?
It's 100% in the cloud, so no on-premises at all. In fact, to initially set up Mimecast, it doesn't take much at all. It involves setting your MX record to point to Mimecast, and then on the Office 365, you would set up an incoming and outgoing connector. And if you're using the archive solution, you'd also set up a premium journal rule. So it can be set up pretty quickly. And ultimately, then from there are other things that you might want to implement if it's the security awareness training or some of the other pieces. But yep, completely in the cloud.
Nice. Another question they're asking if we can automate the email configurations required to do this, or we might need to get back to that person after the event.
Yeah, that sounds like something for a little bit deeper in as far as configurations and such.
Yeah, absolutely. Eric is asking if you have any comparison between Mimecast and Microsoft's online security features.
Actually, I do. Yes, I don't have time to display it now, but just as an example, when you look at security features, there's a couple of things that you need to look at. If you're looking in a world with malware and ransomware and so forth, so attachment protection, very important. And then if you're looking at URL protection for safe links, so Microsoft provides safe attachments. They provide safe links. There's a couple of ways to look at these things. One is to look at the features themselves and what's under the hood. So I'll give you an example. With attachment protection, Microsoft uses a tool that is it's an Azure VM solution. So it's a software emulated sandboxing solution, and this is their main tool for protecting against attachment issues. So many would agree that a software emulated VM solution has limitations. For example, if that attachment, when it opens, if it's well written, if it can detect that it's running in a sandbox, it lays dormant. And with a software emulated VM, it's easier for these attachments, again, if they're well written, if they're not just regurgitated junk that's pulled off the internet, it's easier for them to detect and then lay dormant, as opposed to a hardware emulated sandboxing solution. So if you're looking at third-party solutions, whether it's Mimecast or something else, you'd want to know that. You'd want to know, is your sandboxing solution, and everyone has a sandbox, is your sandboxing solution one that uses hardware emulated sandboxing or software emulated? Now, those are features, and those are some of the in-the-weeds aspects of features. There's other questions. Do you do time incrementation? Do you do AV signatures and heuristics and so forth? It's important to have some transparency in this regard, and that's what you need to check on, is what does Microsoft do compared to a Mimecast or other? But then beyond that, you look at those features, and then you look at efficacy. And you have to say, is this solution as effective as the next one, especially if you're going to be paying for it? So that's where you can look at various third-party analysis comparisons, and you can see how Microsoft stacks up against some of the third-party competitors that are out there with regard to efficacy. And honestly, it goes back to features, but honestly, third parties like Mimecast tend to do better across the board, whether it's attachment protection, URL protection, internal protection, and so forth. So it's a long-winded answer, sorry, but yeah, there's a lot more to say in this regard as far as how EOP, ATP, how they compare next to a Mimecast.
Okay. Nice. Richard is asking if you can share anything about the licensing model.
Well, it's per user. That's as much as I know about the licensing model. So as far as my role with Mimecast, I'm actually an outside evangelist. So you'd have to talk to someone on the inside with regard to how they price things out. But it is a per user solution.
Okay, nice. And then you mentioned that Mimecast can keep email flowing when Office 365 is down. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. So, here's one of the challenges with cloud-based solutions is that they go down. Now, Office 365 goes down in whole, in parts, and in pieces. And what I mean by that is sometimes because of a situation with Azure AD or Azure DNS issues, and we've seen that over the last few years, it'll take out entire sections. And with identity management being the issue, then you can't access any of the tools. So it goes down in whole. Other times we see things get overwhelmed, like we recently saw a pretty large Teams outage, and so it goes down in parts, right? The Teams solution was down in the North American grid or in the European grid. So it can go down in parts. And then sometimes it goes down in pieces. Like if you do a search, we saw in October, the MTA solution went down. So, no, I'm sorry, not MTA. The multi-factor authentication went down. So that is where you see whole parts and pieces. Now, obviously, Mimecast can't fix all of that, right? impossible. But they can keep email flowing. And so because Mimecast has their own NTA, what happens is there's a heartbeat between the customer and Microsoft, and it's an email heartbeat. When that gets interrupted, the admin gets an SMS text or gets an alternate email message saying, hey, there's an outage. And if you click the panic button, it switches tracks so that end users can continue to send and receive email as if nothing had happened. Now, this works either through Outlook, if they have the Outlook plugin, or through the Mimecast app on their phones, or through a web portal. But either way, what it does is it allows the end users to continue working as if there is no outage, to continue to send and receive email. Now, everyone thinks that that's the best part about the Mimecast solution, but it's not. You see, here's the truth. The truth is, if there's an outage, your people will keep working anyway, right? I mean, think about it. If it's a big deal on the table, or if there's documents going back and forth, whether you're in the legal field or you're in sales or whatever the deal, you're going to keep working. They'll use some form of shadow IT, their Gmail account, or whatever they have to keep working. So that's the real challenge here. It's not so much just providing the ability for them to keep working. They'll do that on their own. The problem is the minute they do that, they step out from under your protective umbrella. So now there's no security in that regard, and they might still be using the company laptop or desktop, and there's no compliance because now there's no e-discovery over those emails or over those documents being sent. So you lose a lot when your people now switch to some form of shadow IT email solution. When they're using things like Dropbox and such to accomplish things, you lose a lot. So that's where the Mimecast continuity solution, it doesn't just keep your people working. If you're using Mimecast for their security and their compliance, their archive, then it also keeps your people safe and compliant. So altogether, that's the key. And that's where, again, as I said earlier, having an all-in-one solution is essential for a situation where you're using Microsoft for your email on the front end.
Okay, nice. I like that availability there that Mimecast can offer. So you talked about how Mimecast as email security provides this sort of availability if Office 365 is down. What else does Mimecast do?
Well, as I mentioned in the presentation, they've looked at things that they can accomplish by acquiring other organizations that are really incredible solutions. For example, their security awareness training, I mentioned that. I mentioned how they have DMARC Analyzer for enhancing your email protection on that front with SPF, DKIM, and DMARC. Also brand awareness and such and brand protection. But they also do some really cool things. For example, I talked about how EOP and ATP are like a 2-foot and 4-foot fence. Well, Mimecast, in being a stronger and better and bigger fence, they have solutions like static file analysis. So this is something that just Microsoft doesn't have. They have their sandboxing solution for attachments, but where static file analysis goes to the next level, it's cutting edge, or I would like to say it's bleeding edge. What it does is it looks at the bits and bytes of a document, or whether it's file agnostic. So if it's an image or if it's a PDF or it's a Word doc, it doesn't matter. And it looks at the bits and bytes to see if there's any executable code. I mean, obviously, you shouldn't have executable code in an image coming in, right? So it's very fast. It doesn't require a sandboxing scenario where you put it through a now, and it's not to say Mimecast doesn't also have a sandbox, a hardware-enabled sandbox with time incrementation and all those other things that you need in an enterprise-grade sandbox. But this static file analysis, it's another level here. It looks for those bits and bytes for that executable code. So that's one thing that they do that others just don't have. But in addition, they also do things like sync and recover for backup and recovery of email. So that's one thing a lot of folks don't realize with Office 365. Exchange Online doesn't offer you a point-in-time restore for email. So if an email is deleted, or if you delete a folder, or delete a mailbox, whatever it is, or if there's some kind of corruption in place, or if you get hit with some kind of ransom cloud attack, which is a big concern these days, where the end user opts into encryption of their mailbox without paying the ransom. So in those scenarios, you have no way to restore to a point in time of your mailbox. You either have to pay the ransom or you have to just deal with this another way. But with a sync and recover solution, you can restore individual emails, you can restore entire folder structures, or you can install them. Restore the mailbox. These are things that Mimecast does based on all of their other tools. And I'm really just scratching the surface as far as the number of options and tools that they offer. But those are my favorites anyway.
Very nice. Very nice. So I think we're running out of time here for our live Q&A session, but if people want to get started with Mimecast, what do you suggest?
Well, I would start with just going to the website and checking that out. As you can see with the poll question that you asked, they can get the data sheet that we've provided you folks, and but there's a lot of other information out there if they go to the website, and they can see more about what we do. And yeah, I think that depending on what their needs are, they might see, some are obviously focused on security, and so that's an important need and must-have. But then, in addition, having archive concerns, having continuity concerns, this is where you can start to see the whole suite of options available.
Awesome. Awesome. All right. Well, that's all the time we have, Pete. Always great to have you on. Thank you so much.
Good to be with you, Dave.
Take care. All right. It's time for our next prize announcement. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Robert Bayer from North Carolina. Congratulations, Robert Bayer from North Carolina. Still 5 more gift cards to give out on today's EcoCast, so make sure you stay tuned for those. It is now time for our next presenter on today's Microsoft EcoCast. I'm excited to introduce Mr. Dave Martin, Senior Director of Product Management at Open Systems. Dave, are you there?
I sure am. Hi, David.
Thank you for being on, Dave. Take it away.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone, wherever you are in the world. Certainly appreciate your time, and that you'll find this informational. As David said, I'm Director of Product Management at Open Systems, and Open Systems provides essentially networking and security as a service to global enterprises and organizations. And I'm principally responsible for our threat detection and response services at the company. And what I wanted to cover with you today, and keeping with the theme of the session, is what are some best practices in terms of getting the most out of your Microsoft investments, and how do you enable the power of this software and the Azure environment specifically in a secure and reliable manner. And in order to do that, from an outline perspective, I wanted to provide one brief context slide. A lot of this will be self-evident. You're attending this EcoCast, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this bit, but I did want to set the table for how important the cloud has become in our everyday life, and then dive right into use cases. How is this new IT landscape an operating model where workloads are moving very rapidly to the cloud, and companies are operating in this hybrid environment with both on-premise and cloud assets and resources. How do you connect all of this together and do it in a secure fashion and in a way that minimizes your risk? And I'm going to compare and contrast sort of the traditional, or I guess now considered legacy way that the industry adopted cloud services, and really kind of what is the state of the art and the recommended way to do all of this. So let's dive right into it. This is my obligatory one market trend slide. This is self-evident. As I said, everyone in EcoCast is here because you have an interest in cloud, you're using cloud, or you're well on the path to adopting it fully. But as you can see, essentially it's upended everything. It's completely flipped the IT landscape model on its head. And mobility is key for this. Recent studies have shown that the vast majority of enterprises have a multi-cloud strategy. It's no longer the case that all of your assets and applications run in a monolithic data center on-prem managed by you. Many companies are moving away from that. This is brought on, of course, through the data center technologies that enabled flexibility, but also the mobility of the workforce. Certainly in today's pandemic, the response to that by many organizations has been a work from home approach, and that's really accelerated a lot of the adoption of cloud. In addition to all of this, now we don't have a single PC that we access all this data from. We have multiple devices, and we can access it from anywhere. And this idea of a traditional hub and spoke architecture, where you could contain and control all of the traffic and secure all of the traffic between your users and your assets is just no longer sufficient. It's really failed to keep pace with this digital transformation that's happened on the application side of things. And, you can see there from the statistics, the average company, you may be surprised to learn, has over 1,200 SaaS applications in use. Some sanctioned, most not sanctioned. But if you actually look at the protocols and the destinations for browser traffic from the typical organization, you'll find a surprising number of access, so-called shadow IT, as it's been come to know. There are real issues around governance and privacy and reliability that have to be addressed in order to properly support this type of new work model. And so that's what we're going to talk about today. What are the best practices for really embracing cloud and leveraging all the power that it can provide? And it's really a combination of two things. It's a rethinking of the way we approach networking and security in this environment. And some of you on the EcoCast are familiar with this term SASE, Secure Access Service Edge. This is an approach to networking and security that essentially consolidates both of those different stacks into one, and then puts the security as close to the application and the user as possible. And I'm going to go into this in a little bit more detail, but I wanted to share with you that this transformation that's going on to cloud and multi-cloud is really driving this need for us to rethink the way that we connect users securely and reliably to these applications and resources. So let's take specific examples, and we'll break them down by two different areas. The first is infrastructure as a service, and so this, of course, is Azure, but it is also AWS. Many companies have different, and even GCP, Google Cloud, different cloud environments where they're running applications and workloads. One of the things that we're seeing quite a bit is even in this hybrid infrastructure as a service where you have multiple providers, generally speaking, you'll want a single identity, a single source of truth for identity of the users who log into these environments. And so what we're starting to see a lot of is Azure Active Directory being used to authenticate users into other cloud environments, and that's a nice thing from a IT management perspective, but also from a security and monitoring perspective, because you can focus on all the activity out of Azure AD from a monitoring and threat detection perspective, and it makes it easy. So even though these are distinct cloud environments, unfortunately they do play well together, and you really just need to produce a model or use a model that allows you to organize the way that you're utilizing these infrastructures. But in any case, you see in the diagram on the right the traditional way of connecting to these infrastructure as a service environments. Essentially, the idea was you would set up an IPsec tunnel, create a private connection, if you will, even though it may be going over the public internet between your on-premise users and the cloud service. And that's great. It works well. It allows you to connect securely. The one big downside to this approach is that you really lose visibility. Many of these implementations on the on-prem side will have a security gateway, and that's noted by the box down there. It says SDP, and there they'll apply firewall because you're usually connecting directly to the internet, intrusion detection, and so on. But on the cloud side, it's been an open question. What prevention technology should I be deploying on the cloud side of this? And so, and if you're in security, in a SOC or a NOC, this lack of visibility is a real problem because your risk profile goes way up if you don't have visibility into the activities in the cloud environment. So what's emerged is a better approach where essentially companies are deploying a full security stack into their infrastructure as a service environments. And by full security stack, I mean all of the traditional security technologies that we've used for decades into this environment, and they're doing it virtually. So there's many methods, services or even virtual gateways that can be deployed. And essentially, you can use this to inspect traffic that is, ingressing and egressing from the infrastructure as a service environment. And what happens when you do this is you now have restored the visibility that you lost just by providing the core connectivity. And so, the best practice is to essentially replicate as much of your on-premise security stack as is possible and also relevant. There are some differences that are beyond the scope of today's session. But in general, my point is that you want to be really deploying security in the cloud. And the reason for that is that the default behavior without any security is that it's an open book. And these are just some examples. When you first enable Azure, newly deployed VMs have full outbound internet access. There's no segmentation naturally between virtual subnets. DNS is configured for all clients and uses public DNS resolution services and so on. So it's not that these things are wrong. This is the starting point. The real point of this slide is to illustrate that it's not the case that you can just spin up a workload in an infrastructure as a service environment and connect your users to it securely with VPNs. You really want to think through what is the security model. And fortunately, Azure and Amazon and the other cloud providers provide a lot of tools that as you're deploying applications, you can configure and deploy security technology and policies at the same time. So it's very scalable. These are problems that have been solved. But again, I would encourage you to get out of the mindset of thinking in the old hub and spoke world where you just connect a branch to a data center. In those physical environments, usually at the data center, you had a lot of security technologies, and you want prevention technologies, and you want to do the same thing for the cloud on the infrastructure side. And then similarly on the SaaS side, we have users, of course, going right from their laptop to the software application, Salesforce.com or Dropbox and so on. And it's all over HTTP. They can access it from anywhere, and it's fantastic, except if you have, governance and security requirements. You want to make sure that you have visibility into this traffic, and you can spot threats to the organization and to the person on the other end of the laptop or mobile device. And so what we're seeing here is the use of cloud access security brokers, or CASBs, and the idea is to essentially create a cloud security hub for your remote workers. And all of the SaaS traffic is sent to the gateway and subjected to additional inspection, security policy, and control, and then sent on to the ultimate destination, the SaaS application, and the return path as well. And the types of things I'm talking about are things that essentially you want to provide a web gateway where you can protect your users from incoming threats from the internet and from the application. You want to be in a position with this gateway essentially to be able to assess what applications are in use. I mentioned at the start of today's talk that the average company has over 1,200 applications being used by their users. This is a great way to discover what's being used so that you can provide adequate security controls or prevent the use of those applications based on your policy. And again, speaking of policy, this type of approach allows you to apply a policy that best protects your users and the organization. So again, this is an example of even though users can access these resources directly, you really want to bring it back to a point where you can provide prevention technology and monitoring of those applications. So it's an example of this cloud adoption changing the approach to securing and delivering reliable experience for this traffic. And because we're talking about monitoring, I didn't want to end today's session without mentioning how important continuous monitoring is to all this. It's one thing to create an architecture that works, to deploy prevention security technology, but you can't assume that it's going to work. I talk to customers all the time, and I'm always advocating that you should assume you're in a constant state of breach. And the only way to really know that is if you're monitoring. And continuous monitoring provides a feedback loop to your prevention layer. If you set up a security policy, how do you really know that it's working? And you have to be doing continuous monitoring. And I found this quote in an article I was reading some time ago. It essentially was a study, and 90% of the organizations that experienced a significant security attack were running up-to-date software. So they were essentially doing what they should be doing, what the industry tells them to do. Yet these devastating attacks continue to occur. And this really underscores the importance of monitoring, because despite best efforts and a lot of money, breaches do occur. And if you look at why that's happening, In my view, it's because as an industry, we've followed what I call a technology-driven security model. The idea was that if we just bought the latest prevention technology, we'd be safe. And it started with the firewall, and then we added IDS, and then we added antivirus, and so on and so forth. As an industry, we spend over $100 billion per annum, per year, on security software, and yet we still have these devastating breaches occur. And interestingly enough, I think it's directly related to the model itself. It's not that these technologies are not necessary. They are. You have to have this prevention technology. And generally speaking, the more the better. The thing is that they're not sufficient. Without continuous monitoring and an orderly threat detection model, all this security layer does is create noise for your SOC team, for your security analysts that are looking for threats, that have bypassed these controls that you've spent a lot of time and effort to deploy. And so, many organizations today have, the average enterprise has over 30 security vendors that they deal with, to give you a sense for it. And so there's a lot of disconnected products. They produce a lot of alerts that without a lot of domain knowledge are meaningless. And frankly, they create more noise for security teams. So what we're seeing emerging as an approach to this is you should really have a SOC, world-class SOC, either building one yourself or leveraging that of a service provider. And the idea, this is an architectural diagram of a typical SOC, and the idea is that you're collecting telemetry from the security stack, you see on the left part of the slide, as well as what we at Open System call context logs. This is log data that enriches the alerts that's coming from the security stack, we leverage Microsoft Sentinel, which is a great cloud-based SIEM. The idea is essentially you collect these logs, you parse these logs out. And so this is the most important. I'll share with you the most important step in all of this. A lot of companies start by saying, I want to build a SOC or I want to do monitoring. So naturally, I buy a SIEM. So I'll buy, a Sentinel or I'll purchase a Sentinel or Splunk or some other SIEM. And the SIEM vendors just say, well, throw the logs at the SIEM. And the reality is the SIEM is not a magic box that will automatically produce alerts. And they do produce alerts, but often they're not accurate and they're false positives out of the box. And so what you have to do in this parsing phase is don't just take any log data into your SIEM, examine it for the security relevant fields and data. At Open, we have a process whenever we onboard a new log source, we examine that log source for its security relevance. And often we'll have a default set of rules that will fire if we see certain conditions, but at the very least, we know how we're going to use that information in correlation and threat investigations. So this is so crucial. Don't just throw logs at your SIEM. Have a methodology. Make sure you're only ingesting things that matter to your security team. And that goes, assuming you don't have a compliance requirement to log everything. Some companies do, which is fine too. But again, even in those instances, you want to extract the security relevant information for the purposes of threat detection. And then finally, a well-run SOC will have an analysis phase of all this data where we'll enrich it with threat intelligence. The idea is that the platform will surface suspicious behavior. An investigation should be created, and that should be run to ground. And there's a big difference between service providers and quality here. A lot of MSSPs will simply throw alerts over the wall to the customer's security teams or IT teams. There are other services like Open, for example, that will take these alerts and run them to ground. It's either a false positive or a true positive, and what we send over to our customers are only actionable true positive security incidents. And this, of course, saves the customer's time. But there's a lot of work effort that goes in to reduce the volume here from millions of log lines a day to thousands of investigations, to maybe single-digit security incidents, every quarter or so. In any case, I encourage you to if you're either building this yourself or you're working with a service provider, to really take a look at the architecture and the platform that they're using to do the monitoring. As I mentioned, we operate on Azure Sentinel. It's cloud-based. It works off of Azure Log Analytics. And so many of the customers that we engage with already have a lot of the required data to do threat detection in Sentinel. In cases where they don't, what we would do is do an analysis of their environment, their assets, what they're concerned about, and then determine which types of log sources would be best to ingest, and we work with the customer to do that. But this is something that can be enabled, as you all know, just by clicking next in the Azure tenant. you can be up and running with Sentinel, and then the next phase is to really tune and optimize Sentinel to get the most out of it, so that it's not just producing alerts that are meaningless for your IT team. And so just in summary, this digital transformation that we're all undergoing really has accelerated the adoption of new approaches to securing these hybrid environments, these hybrid cloud environments. And, every Microsoft-centric environment is multi-cloud that I've come across. Certainly a large amount of Microsoft, but also different SaaS applications and even hybrid infrastructure as a service applications in use. And there are ways to securely connect and reliably connect your users to this. And I can't underscore enough how important it is that once you've provided all that connectivity, it really is to monitor. You need that feedback loop. It's the best way to minimize risk for your users and the organization as a whole. And with that, I think I'm done with the formal material we had prepared.
Yeah, great presentation, Dave. Really, really cool stuff you guys are doing at Open Systems. Let's do some Q&A here with the audience, and while we do that, I'll just bring up this poll. The poll says, what additional information would you like about the Open Systems solution? And so first question, Dave, I wanted to ask you is, they're asking here, what log sources are supported by your MDR service?
The nice thing about Sentinel is that it has a number of connectors. By last count, I think there were over 56 different, what Sentinel calls connectors, which essentially are parsers for the SIM. Their library had over 56 for popular third-party products. So we start with that, but it's not limited to that. Generally speaking, any device that can send log data through syslog, the syslog protocol, can be ingested into Sentinel. And what we do as a part of our service is that we would write a parser, a custom parser, to support whatever log source you have if it didn't already exist in the library. And this is a very common practice. It's not, it sounds more probably larger effort than it is. Generally speaking, new sources can be onboarded in a matter of days, not weeks. It's a very straightforward process. And that includes, by the way, that parsing stage I talked about where you really want to examine what you're getting so that you know how to use it. So if you, if you're worried about getting, DNS server information, or maybe you have an open VPN application, you want that log data, or you have, Cisco firewalls or Checkpoint or Palo Alto, those things can easily be ingested into Sentinel. And as I say, generally speaking, syslog is almost a ubiquitous protocol for logging data, and we haven't come across a source yet with Sentinel that we're not able to ingest and work with. Nice. I like that flexibility there. And I mean, just to clarify, there's another question here that might be good to kind of clarify on, and that is, companies don't have to be running their applications on Azure to leverage the solution. Is that right? That's a great point, David. Yes, you're exactly right. I mean, certainly for Open Systems, our MDR service has been designed to work with any environment. And the way we deliver the service is we have what we call an MDR sensor that we deploy in the environment. It doesn't matter if it's Azure, AWS, if it's on-prem, physical plant locations, and so on. And essentially, we use those sensors as our source of truth for the behavior, the activity that's going on, both from a network and endpoint perspective. And that allows us to really reduce noise from the environment and amplify the signal so we can focus on the tactics and tools that these threat actors are using. And so absolutely 100% right. Our MDR service can be used outside of any specific cloud environment like Azure or AWS, or even outside of our own SASE stack. We have our own security stack, but we can operate fully with other popular commercial solutions. Excellent. And then do you have to send data to your cloud for the MDR service to work? That is a super question. No, you do not. The nice thing about us leveraging Sentinel to deliver the continuous monitoring service, the MDR service, is that all the data remains in the customer's tenant. Sentinel is enabled in their Azure tenant. The data resides in Azure Analytics in their tenant, and we use a software capability from Microsoft called Azure Lighthouse which enables us to download, essentially manage multiple tenants from our own instance. So we download all the detection use cases, the connectors, configuration, and so on from our tenant to the customers. And so that way the data never leaves the customer environment. And this is great for, some organizations have very stringent requirements around privacy and related to data and outsourcing. And we're able to essentially operate on the data as it resides in their tenant. No requirement to send it or ship it to us.
Very nice. And then you mentioned something in your presentation about, true insight, and that really resonated with me because having put in a security system many years ago where we were just flooded with, alerts, tens of thousands of alerts that you can't possibly do anything with. What makes open systems different that prevents that sort of flood of alerts?
Yeah, that's a very typical experience. As I mentioned, and as you're highlighting, it's not uncommon in any given week to get millions of log lines and alerts from different environments. And so you have to have a threat detection model. Essentially you have to have sensors that you know and trust, and then you enrich that with use cases in Sentinel, for example, to really surface the things that you feel are important. And then you have to couple that with proactive threat hunting. It's not enough just to sit back and try and have the system provide meaningful alerts. You have to come at it with the assumption that the alerts are not going to surface all the suspicious behavior. So any well-run global SOC is going to have threat hunting as a standard part of their workflow, so that you can be proactive in identifying threats that you may not have, use cases that fire based on the log data or alerts. But what you just said is really the value of a well-run SOC is that you reduce the tens of thousands of alerts to single-digit actionable incidents, and that really is the key, because no one wants to waste time. You don't want to miss things, and then you certainly don't want to waste time on things that are false positives. And Open's been doing this, by the way, for almost 3 decades. We operate in 184 countries. We're protecting over 3 million endpoints. So just to give you a sense for the scale, we have a global SOC, one in Zurich and one in California, that operates 24/7. Over decades we've got it tuned the platform so that we feel like we're really looking at the things that matter and are important.
Okay, excellent. Well, it looks like that's all the time we have here in our live Q&A. There are a number of questions here, actually some great questions that came in from Kamara out there in the audience for you, Dave. I'll put those in the queue for you there. Some more technical questions that we don't have time for here in our Q&A, but hopefully you can respond to those. Really great presentation. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you, David. Have a great day, everyone. Great evening. Bye-bye.
For more information on Open Systems, check out their handout that's available there in your audience console. It's a paper on how you can get only the alerts that matter from the Open Systems MDR tool. So make sure that you check that one out. All right. And with that, I'm excited to now introduce our next presenter on today's EcoCast. That is Allison Canigliaro Hubbard, Vice President of Product Marketing at Riverbed. Allison, take it away.
Awesome. Thank you so much, David. I really appreciate you for having us here today. Thank you, audience, for being here. This is an exciting week for us at Riverbed. And I'm just going to jump right into the content since we've got a good amount that I wanted to share with you. I'm sure you all realize the world of technology has evolved so much in just a short period of time. I mean, in a short number of years and even in the last few months, we've seen dramatic shifts from data centers, branches, and MPLS to the cloud, as you know, hybrid networks, SaaS growth, work from anywhere now is top of mind, mobile, workforce productivity concerns are on our mind. We have the exponential growth of data that's being generated in the world. We're going to talk about that a little bit, and really important to consider a shift in the type of data that's being shared across organizations and networks. We've seen video, dominating now over text documentation, 3D models, analytics data, much heavier data than being shared than ever was in the past. And we've seen an amazing resurgence of Microsoft with Azure, Office 365, and now Teams growth. And while I kept the 1.9 billion prediction up there for mobile workers, none of us on this call or in this meeting would ever have predicted that in just a few months, we've far surpassed that number. What we in technology people have all witnessed is a fast evolving world where there's a strong intersection between human productivity and technology. And not too long ago, it wasn't this way. I'm sure many of you in the audience remember enterprise business teams and IT teams operated completely in separated silos not too long ago. But now, in order to stay competitive, we must understand the ways technology can impact our ability to be productive in our lives as citizens and our lives at work. And Riverbed is playing a significant role in that. And so we'll talk about that a little bit. So brief historical look at Riverbed for those of you who may or may not know. We were born in the days of data centers and branch offices connected by expensive MPLS links. But just as I spoke about, the world has evolved. And today we address a broad variety of network and application performance for any type of application over any network, and probably most importantly, as we sit here today, any way a user may need to consume an application. That's Riverbed. And Microsoft Office 365 is a key collaboration investment that we see at a strong majority of Riverbed enterprise customers. The growth of Microsoft has seen for Office 365 has had incredible velocity in a relatively short period of time. As of April 2020, just this year, Microsoft had 258 million enterprise users accessing Office 365 every single month. And these are the most used applications of Office 365. In a recent study that we did, we asked enterprise IT leaders what they viewed as most strategic across their Office 365. And next to web office applications, as you might assume, Teams was at the top of that list. Microsoft has seen exponential growth in the use of Teams as a communication platform in just the last few months, almost doubling their user base. Okay, so you say, Allison, that all sounds great. What's the problem? Well, it's important. And I'm here to tell you there really isn't much of a problem at all with the applications themselves. But given the distributed nature of our organizations today and the way that our data and networks have evolved, there can be a big challenge when it comes to making sure that these cloud-based apps are always fast, always reliable, and available when our users need them. You invest a great deal in the collaboration apps you use to run your global businesses. But there are a new variety of network inhibitors standing in the way of really maximizing those investments that we spend so much on in order to make our user experiences good ones. So the first is network congestion. As I said, we've got a lot of new data that's on our networks. So from the network congestion comes from data-rich sharing and modern video strategies, et cetera. We have latency, and latency is everywhere. It's a performance killer. We're widely distributed, and often many parts of our organizations suffer from the consequences of latency. And now users are expected to be productive anywhere at all hours, no matter what, accessing apps over a variety of networks from mobile devices, not only sitting in branch offices, which only adds to the unpredictability of congestion and latency. These are hard for IT teams like yours to really wrap your head around and control, particularly when we have to be in partnership with the business like we do today. And if that wasn't enough, I really want to underscore this data thing. It's interesting to note again that whether we're sharing 3D CAD models or graphical, high graphics PowerPoints, which I do a lot with SharePoint, or sharing live video broadcasts with Teams and Stream, the sheer amount of data that's traversing networks these days is important to consider when it comes to some of these network inhibitors. 40 zettabytes of data are being generated globally today, and some people say it's higher than that. This is twice the data of just 2 years ago, and it's not going away. It's just going to continue to grow. And sharing video and heavy graphics over networks is very different than sharing an old text document. I like to use the example of, I used to write a lot of white papers. Now I record a lot of video. The data is very, very different today than it was not too long ago. And that impacts performance. And that's the key. We really need to be thinking about these things. Post-COVID, 94% of enterprises claimed to have experienced business impacting application performance challenges. And in many cases, this was about congestion of data as we sent everyone home to work from so many diverse and unreliable networking scenarios. Everybody had a different situation they were going home to. So that begs the question, how can enterprises get the most value from their investments in leading Microsoft collaboration tools and ensure that users have a great user experience no matter what? Well, let's go to what Riverbed does really well. What do we do really well? Well, since the early days, we built our business on addressing network inhibitors to performance. And in fact, we worked very, very closely with Microsoft on these things. And we've evolved to address the needs of modern enterprises by, we mitigate latency for better application performance. We reduce data dramatically on the networks for network efficiency. And we enhance user experience for workforce productivity. And we've proven it across the board many multiples of times with 30,000 users out there in the enterprise and expanding to newer, more modern applications and architectures that we're all using today. And we recently asked Enterprise Strategy Group to do their own lab validation of our SaaS accelerator and client accelerator technology along with Office 365. It was interesting because almost as soon as we sent them off with licenses for Riverbed services, everyone in the world was sent home to work because of COVID. Now, the good news is that this is exactly the kind of technology that is meant for work from home. So the testers went home and did the testing from their home networks, and some from out and about in remote office locations or remote locations on the road. They tested 13 locations around the world in real world scenarios. First, they found that everywhere they tested, they were able to mitigate latency and improve the user experience of Office 365. In fact, anywhere they tested, they achieved between a 52% and a 93% reduction in download time. And they also looked at data reduction. Let me show you that. As we've been speaking about, the sheer amount and scope of data that we're sharing these days is only growing. In their testing, they saw consistent data reduction with Riverbed acceleration technology that averaged 81% across all sites, freeing up a lot of room for more traffic to get through. And as a result of the combined test results, they were able to even predict productivity savings across an enterprise by they estimated about 100 meg of data shared per employee per day on average. And I highly encourage you to take a look at this report on riverbed.com, because based on the latency mitigation achieved, an enterprise with, say, 5,000 employees could save over 35,000 working hours per year. And if you're an enterprise with 10,000 employees, it was like 70,000 plus hours saved per year. So it was pretty significant. And if you want to read more detail about those findings, definitely check out the report. So let me give you an example of a couple of different customers that are using Riverbed technologies specifically for Office 365 today. This is a really interesting story. It's a high volume clothing brand that I would assure you that most of us know this brand name. And they're based in the US, but they have plants in a lot of interesting places around the world: China, Philippines, Vietnam, Hong Kong, Singapore, Honduras, Brazil. And so when I first heard this story, I said, well, I immediately am thinking about the networks into these remote locations. Sometimes those networks can be challenged, and sometimes they're a little bit more expensive to manage and maintain and to add on to. And so the problem that this high volume clothing brand was having was both latency, because they were backhauling Office 365 through a central US cloud, and they were also experiencing significant global bandwidth constraints that ultimately, both of those things combined, caused poor performance of their Office 365, as well as a proprietary application that lived in their data center. And the business impact is really important, because when you think about the reasons that we use these applications at scale in our businesses, in this particular case, these applications were required to ensure manufacturing specs, schedules, production lines, supply chain shipping, billing. I mean, time equals money there, right? And ultimately reputation for a global brand. So this is one of the reasons that they've applied Riverbed application acceleration technologies on top of their Office 365, as well as their proprietary data center apps, so that they could dramatically reduce data congestion on the networks, as well as make sure that applications were fast, consistent, and reliable across their entire global business. One more quick story. This was interesting because you may remember a couple of minutes ago, I mentioned that in the lab testing that we recently did of this technology, they estimated about 100 meg of file sharing per employee per day in a global enterprise. Well, this one took me by surprise. This is an investment banking firm based in about 12 countries. Very high latency and massive data sharing. And you can imagine my surprise when they told me that each employee was sharing an average of a gig a day on Office 365 per employee, because of just the nature of their business. The nature of their business was that email is the proof point to make sure that trades and brokerage and transactions are happening in a timely manner as soon as somebody asks for them. And so there is no time for slowdown in the financial services business industry, as you would suspect, because all of us would be gravely impacted by slowdown. Ultimately, this customer had long-term relationships with Riverbed, and they needed to make sure that their user client experience was top-notch. And so they implemented SaaS Accelerator on Office 365 to make sure that they could mitigate latency and eliminate the incredible amount of data from their networks. So as I said, this week is a very interesting week, and it's exciting. We've just introduced a number of new technologies to our SaaS Accelerator portfolio. And particularly working with Microsoft. So yesterday we announced 2 new additions to our SaaS and Client Acceleration family. First is our first ever end-to-end frictionless offering that brings to bear the best of SaaS Accelerator specific to Office 365, so SharePoint, OneDrive, Office web apps, together with our Client Accelerator technology for mobile workforces. This is a unified service, and it can be deployed in just minutes to thousands of employees around the world, really as an add-on to make sure that you have a boost of performance no matter where your employees need their file sharing Office 365 apps. We also announced some additions to our flexible SaaS Accelerator service, which is suited to meet the needs of diverse application and infrastructure needs at any kinds of large enterprises. SaaS Acceleration already boosts the performance for popular SaaS apps like Office 365, Salesforce, ServiceNow, Box, and several others. And now with this announcement, we have added on a software-defined eCDN for Microsoft Teams and Stream Live events and on-demand video to take network congestion away from corporate video strategies. And those are certainly being implemented en masse these days. We also added support for dynamic CRM, and all of this can really scale to meet the needs of the largest organizations in the world. The ECDN on SaaS Accelerator is 100% software driven. It can be rolled out in minutes for streaming to most major browsers and eliminates up to 99% of video data from any network. So really interesting add-on, super easy to deploy. And of course, you can use this in any kind of enterprise environment. So I'm almost at the end, but I also wanted to give you guys an opportunity to trial and see some of this for yourself. So this week, in conjunction with the launch that we're doing with Microsoft, we are giving our customers and prospects an opportunity to come and trial SaaS Accelerators ECDN for Microsoft Teams and Stream. And we'll give you the opportunity to leverage this for 30 days of live corporate events on us. So I think that there is a link that's been provided in your resources tab that'll take you to that trial, as well as other information that'll be sent to you. I think that the lab report that I mentioned earlier will also be sent to those of you who are attending this session. And so with that, very high level story. We can certainly drill down in the future if you're interested, but I'd love to turn it back to David to see if there are any questions.
Absolutely. Yeah. Great presentation, Allison. I really appreciate that. Congratulations on the launch there with Microsoft. Yes, that's very exciting news. We do have that link for everyone to try out the SaaS Accelerator there in your handouts tab. So make sure you check that out. And with that, let's take some questions from the audience. Allison, the first question I see that came in here, they're asking, which Microsoft applications do you accelerate?
Oh, that's a fantastic question because, you know, as I said earlier, we've been working with Microsoft since really the beginning of time. They've probably been our closest application partner, but one of the things that Riverbed has really kind of built its business on is understanding the inner workings and behavior of applications over networks. And so we still support all of the basic traditional application protocols like email protocols, MAPI, file sharing protocols, NFS, CIFS, DFS, SMB, HTTPS, HTTP S2, but also, as we've been talking about today, we are working with Microsoft to give a boost to SaaS applications. So Office 365, including SharePoint, OneDrive, web Office apps, now Teams and Stream for live events and eliminating video traffic, as well as Microsoft Dynamics CRM. And I'm sure that will continue our strong and close partnership with Microsoft as we move forward. So a lot of Microsoft apps that we accelerate and drive performance for.
Very nice. Yeah, a lot of flexibility there. I like that. Next question, actually, there's a couple questions here about what hardware is required to run this?
That's an interesting question. So as I said, we have a lot of flexibility in our offerings. One of the offerings that we introduced or that we announced yesterday is 100% SaaS. It all lives in the cloud, completely managed as a Riverbed SaaS offering service. And so no hardware at all there. It's just one, easy to implement, can be implemented in just a few minutes to thousands of people around the world. SaaS Accelerator is more flexible. It gives enterprises an opportunity to choose the applications that they want to accelerate, whether they are SaaS, whether they are in the Azure cloud workloads, whether they are in a data center or a combination thereof. And it also gives our enterprise customers an opportunity to choose what endpoints. So we have a client accelerator specific to mobile endpoints, and we also have our branch offerings for those who want to make sure they're accelerating their apps to branch offices. So some of that lives 100% in the cloud, like our SaaS Accelerator, and some of those things are software-based, but also require a little bit of hardware to manage them. So a lot of flexibility, and really it's a matter of talking with your Riverbed partner or your Riverbed representative to look at your environment and what makes the most sense for you. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, yeah. Next question here. How long does it take to start seeing performance improvements?
Oh, immediate. In fact, there's probably a few demos on our website that show exactly that. In fact, some of the demonstrations show how quickly it is to bring up some of these services in the cloud. And then once they're up, over the course of a weekend, you can have acceleration and performance running and measurable performance enhancements to users around the world.
Very nice. I love that sort of immediacy there. No time at all to start seeing performance improvements.
Yeah, it's a really nice evolution to our business that we've really moved from the old days of branch offices and data centers to the more modern way that enterprises are deploying things in the cloud and with ease and simple management and of course for users that are consuming things anywhere.
Absolutely, yeah. And then next question here from James. He's asking, what if I have an SD-WAN environment? Is this compatible with SD-WAN, Allison?
Of course, the SaaS accelerator, yes, the SaaS accelerator is compatible with SD-WAN. It's interesting that this is a growing market, SD-WAN. A lot of SD-WAN vendors out there claiming that they have the ability to accelerate SaaS environments. SD-WAN, let's not be confused. SD-WAN makes managing networks easier. It doesn't necessarily address performance. And so some vendors make it easier to route traffic to Azure for sure. But that's not acceleration of an actual application. One of the things, as I mentioned, that we've built our business on, and in particular in lockstep with Microsoft, is understanding the inherent behavior of applications as they traverse networks. And so realistically, Riverbed is the only vendor today that is delivering performance of any type of application over any type of network to any type of user who may be consuming it. So I think it's really important to understand the distinction between what SD-WAN is and what performance of an application is all about. There was one thing that I missed in the question that you asked. Repeat the question one more time. I just want to make sure I covered everything.
Yeah, absolutely. They're asking, what if I have an SD-WAN environment? Does this work?
Yeah. So yes, and again, to just finalize the point, and this kind of technology can be used in conjunction with any SD-WAN environment, whether it's a Riverbed SD-WAN environment or whether it's somebody else's.
Okay, excellent. And well, it looks like that's all the time we have here in our Q&A session, but it's been really great having you on the event. I love learning about, all that's new and all the innovations going on at Riverbed, and congratulations on the new announcements with Microsoft. Thank you so much, Allison.
Thanks, David. We appreciate it. Thanks. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you to Allison and Riverbed for that presentation. I just brought up the poll question here that says, what additional information would you like about the Riverbed solution? And I'll leave that on the screen. We still got questions coming in. Thank you so much for those. We do appreciate those. Keep those good questions coming. We've got a lot more really innovative technology solutions being presented today, so get those questions in early. While we do this poll, I'm going to announce the prize winner of our next Amazon $500 gift card. That's going to Jose Alvarez from California. Congratulations to Jose Alvarez from California. We'll reach out to you to deliver your gift card. We've got 4 more prizes still on the event today, so make sure that you stay tuned for those. Again, thank you to everyone who answered the poll. I'll give you a moment more to get those responses in. It's now time for our next presentation on today's EcoCast. I'm excited to introduce Mr. Trenton R. Baker, Cloud Product Marketing Manager for AWS at NetApp. Trenton, are you there?
Yes, I am. Great. Thank you for having me today, David. just wanted to go over a little bit about what NetApp is doing in the cloud and seeing how that can help support your Microsoft-centric environment. So really what we're going to be talking about today is how we have a cloud storage story that's going to help you move faster to the cloud. Go over some of the details of best practices, use cases, and some pitfalls that you may be able to overcome. So I like to start out with a little bit of humor here. Today's the least complicated day we will ever have. And all of you understand this, trying to get your files and applications and workloads to the cloud. It's one of those scenarios that you may be more comfortable with an on-prem story than the cloud, but there's no reason that you really need to focus on the negatives. We have a lot of options here, and that's what the whole point of this story is, that we can make your life a little bit easier as you try to get your data to the cloud. Obviously, there's a lot of different ways to get your data to the cloud. And one of the scenarios we would be thinking about is we end up choosing what we thought would be good versus what is actually a great thing. And that comes down to building out an environment that's constant for optimization, as well as having those elements of security as well, and being able to get your data with the performance you need in the cloud. That's usually a lot of the problems we see on that year 2 cloud migration story. At the same time, right-sizing your cloud so that it fits and works with you as needed. So we started our cloud story many, many years ago. We're thinking that in 2013, is when we actually started with AWS in the cloud. And you can see in the slide here, we have our founder and Jeff Bezos as well in the Princeton campus many moons ago, where we were focusing on the cloud. And it's not just a NetApp join the cloud. We've been a partner with AWS as well as the other hyperscalers for the better part of 8 years. And what really has happened here is we've been able to grow it in an unbelievable pace. So in 2017, I believe, we purchased a company out of Iceland and really changed how we've brought our software-defined storage ONTAP to the cloud, being able to take this from an on-prem story really into a hybrid and cloud-first story. It's one of those scenarios where you don't have to have NetApp on your data center of choice. You can use it exactly in the cloud, and it's the same features that you would expect from an on-prem deployment. So just to give you an idea of some of the customers, we have customers in over 110 countries, across every corner of the planet. But here's just 3 examples that I just wanted to touch on real quickly. What we have here is Cardinal Health. That's been able to redeploy their entire data center into the cloud to get regional availability and basically be able to take advantage of the hospital from home, which has really, helped them be ready for scenarios that we have now today with COVID and a lot of the telehealth scenarios. McKesson delivers 1/3 of all medication used in North America. They move their data center to the public cloud to improve touch points and lower their response times, as well as improve their TCO. Company named Genuity Science, previously known as Wuxi, they've been able to, they have a subsidiary known as Genomics Medicine Ireland. And what they do is they're mapping the genome. What they're able to do is help on health and support wellness, and they're able to complete a previously impossible calculation in just under 45 minutes using NetApp Cloud Volumes. As well as they have use cases with AWS online that they're previously focused at reInvent, where they were discussing how they can move a petabyte of data from their file servers on-prem to the cloud in every day. They're moving a half a petabyte of data every day because of the computation needs on genomic processing. Just to give you an idea that the cloud doesn't need to be a destination just for backup and DR. You can run your production level workloads or those business critical applications. One of our biggest differentiator in the market of any cloud provider, storage provider, if you will, is we have the same architecture and it's running across all major public cloud providers. So that you're going to get that same look and feel whether you're on-prem or in one of the hyperscalers that you would typically expect. And this is one of the scenarios where you basically have that benefit of enjoying the enterprise-grade cloud storage at your fingertips that you've been used to. Your applications and your files are accustomed to using, whether it's block or file services or even a combination of them. Both, you don't need to re-architect your architecture to fit to a specific object storage or blob storage in the cloud. You can use your applications in the language and the environment that they were originally designed in, which helps you out moving forward, as well as being able to, if you think about it, the cost savings is not just on price, but also on the manpower and the knowledge power. You don't need to have different staff members available to think of it, learn every different cloud, every different architecture. You can keep them uniformed and create this as almost a plug-and-play environment. So what we have taken the idea that the software-defined storage in the cloud is really based on ONTAP software, which is our homegrown software-defined file system for your data management bells and whistles. What we're able to do is it actually provides you a pay-as-you-go flexible cost architecture. So what you're thinking here is you don't have to sign up for a big long contract. You can use it as needed for Black Friday or bursting to the cloud, something of that nature, where you need additional resources. You can also now pay for only what you use in that environment. And obviously, we're going to be able to support your flash media as well as the spinning disk, as well as being able to port or archive your data from a flash environment over to an example like an S3 storage to provide greater cost savings, where you're not charged as much, because your data is through some of our services. We're able to analyze your data and give recommendations on what data is perceived as cold data and move that accordingly over to an area. Obviously, we're going to provide high availability. That's going to be in region as well as out of region to enjoy the benefits of failover as well as maximum uptime. So what we're seeing here is new ways to get to our cloud, which is, we provide all of the traditional bells and whistles that you would expect from enterprise-grade storage that you may have built on-prem. This is the exact same architecture. It's just now brought to you in the cloud. You can use this as a cloud-only solution if you're a cloud-first company, or to take that next step beyond backup and DR in the cloud and moving your applications to the cloud, whether you're doing SharePoint or .NET or just a Windows file server, or for that matter, even SQL Server in the cloud. Running that as a real-world example in the cloud without having any performance degradation or access concerns, as well as maintaining optimal uptime with guaranteed SLAs, as well as for performance and durability. Obviously, we have the traditional backup and DR story, which is maybe that cloud 1.0 kind of story, as well as thinking into the future where we have additional integrations into DevOps and Kubernetes. So what we can do here is, why is this working? Look, here's a laundry list of the different items, and I'm not going to go through every single one of them here. It really isn't a product pitch. It's more of an idea of trying to figure out how we can offer getting the beauty of NetApp into the cloud, as well as in letting you use it as you would as an on-prem. You just think of it now that you have your secondary data center is off-site if you want to in your cloud provider of choice. We also offer something that's called a Cloud Manager, which is really becoming a more and more robust automation and orchestration tool that lets you see and manage your cloud volumes on any cloud as well as your on-prem. So this is going to be your single pane of glass to do that true multi-cloud story, give you a more intuitive user interface, and integrate with all of the additional features that are coming forward that NetApp is constantly bringing forward and acquiring or developing in-house, that kind of thing that's going to give a more robust infrastructure, if you will, to your cloud experience. Not just focusing on our expertise in data center cloud management, but as well as giving you the way to track KPIs as well as your cost savings and optimization from that aspect. So we actually have two different cloud services. We have a Cloud Volume Service, which is more of a managed service environment. This means what you're able to do is think of it as a SaaS cloud storage, but supercharged. This is going to be for those more higher performance needs. Imagine having the best features of NetApp and the highest performance, but you don't really have to administer a thing. We do all of that for you. So you log into your Cloud Console console is, as I'd mentioned, Cloud Manager. You provision your volumes as you needed. You set everything up as far as what you want to get locked into as far as performance levels, which are dynamic. You're not locked into these, so you can have the extreme performance at every day from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. if that's when you're busy enough, and then dial it back down so you're not incurred that higher tier. And so it's really you're changing your IOPS on the fly. Obviously, you get your snapshots and clones for your backup and DR purposes to enjoy change your service levels, and really your apps can control the performance as needed. And this really gives you the ability to be a little more mature in the cloud than if you were just joining the cloud for the very beginning. What we have is some examples of workloads that are best suited for the cloud, as you see here. Migrating your Microsoft environments to AWS is going to be very important. It's obviously a highly critical and cost savings effort, whether we're going through a product like we have acquired a global file cache, which allows these remote branch office style Windows servers to have a caching mechanism to migrate that data up to the cloud, as well as moving a forklift kind of idea of all your applications to the cloud as needed. Whether that we're also support SAP environments and all major databases, whether it's SQL or Oracle, getting those to the cloud at the same time. Media and rendering is very important and very applicable to this scenario that you'll want to go to as well. So speaking of enterprise applications, one of the best ways you could do is to modernize your Windows applications. And this is a statistic that we've seen here of every dollar invested, you must spend another $3 modernizing your legacy applications. And so if you can find a way to get that best ROI TCO mix as far as moving your apps to the cloud, that's going to really help you to move forward. And one of the things that I run into quite often is you hear about moving your Microsoft-centric applications to the cloud, and you assume that means you have to move that to Azure. That's not necessarily the case. This can go in all three hyperscalers, and as it says here on your screen, the AWS has been running for the last 11 plus years Microsoft applications and server workloads, and that's nearly twice as many as all the other providers. So just think of it that you're in a real world of hybrid multi-cloud where your applications can reside in any cloud and multiple clouds. There are fringe cases where certain clouds may work a little tighter from a compute standpoint with specific applications. But at the same time, NetApp has that ability to work across all hyperscalers to give you a single source of truth, if you will, as well as a single pane of glass. If you really think about it, there is a lack of cloud file services stopping cloud migrations. In the past couple of years, we've seen a focus of file shares increasing quite dramatically. And this is just a scenario, I think. To begin with, there was object storage, and that was your only choice in the cloud. So you had to either refactor or re-architect your applications to get to the cloud, try to get that to fit, which would then come up with consistency and complexity issues of stuff of that nature, where you didn't really have the option. NetApp has always been born as a file services for block and file services, whether that's CIFS, SMB, or NFS. So you're going to be able to get those applications that you are already used to on-prem in the cloud in their native file services. So that it really gives you an ability to remain consistent, agile, and nimble to get into the cloud and out of the cloud, but really not have to refactor in your applications. So that brings us to why we're trying to modernize your Microsoft applications. Everybody, the cloud is here for a reason. It's giving us up to 10x faster migration times. We can deploy our content much easier by enabling a modern workforce, and then being able to provide different applications and deployment issues going to the cloud. So what we've heard traditionally is we see that there's a challenge, and I think I've talked on this before as well as other sessions as well as earlier today, that I have a challenge of getting my applications, my Windows applications to the cloud, and really I don't have the right services. I don't want to refactor. I don't want to run multiple servers. I don't want to install my file services inside a VM. I just want to have that same experience on-prem as I do in the cloud. And that's really one of the benefits of choosing a storage vendor that has the block and file ability to run file storage in your cloud. And there's a reason that I keep harping on that topic is we see data from analyst firms that block and file is increasing in some cases over 200% year-over-year growth. And that's really because there's that availability in the cloud to use what you want to use. And we don't have to use block or object storage in the cloud. We can use what we want. There's always certain use cases that you're going to need object storage or blob storage. Let's get the workloads and applications as they're intended into the cloud. And that's one of my main points is we're not trying to suggest that you move your entire companies to a specific architecture. Move that application or workload as it's needed to the architecture that it desires. So you don't really try to fit a square application into a round cloud, that kind of thing. Let's try to fix our deployment capabilities to really complement the DevOps and the build of the application in the first place. So this gives you an idea of some of the performance benefits that you're going to see with a typical high performance durability of SMB in the cloud, which is very applicable to the Microsoft-centric environments. The IOPS numbers are definitely a benefit, as well as typically the durability that you're going to see to run your own SMB file servers in the cloud. So you feel confident that when you go through a trial or a POC, that you're going to get the numbers that you expect to see on-prem, that you're not going to have a cloud tax on your performance. So we have the data tiering availability to object storage, as I had mentioned earlier, and this is where what we have the availability to analyze the data for performance tiered at the top, and that's going to keep it on in the EBS, and for an example on AWS. So our file system ONTAP is actually built on top of EBS. So The underlying architecture is still there. You're still an AWS customer. You're paying for your compute as well as your EBS storage. It's NetApp that's managing that file structure on top of the EBS, where we take the ONTAP and it's available inside the EBS. So we're taking those volumes and making them look like disks, and then you're actually able to go back to the scenario you would be used to on-prem. But keeping all your data in that one specific EBS, which is more of the high performance tier, isn't cost knowledgeable. And what I mean by that is you need to know what's going on with your data and whether it's being used. And we have the tools and the features available to give you suggestions right out of the box of what data we consider cold. Obviously, there's knobs and switches where you can play with that to fine-tune it based on your own criteria, but that reduces your EBS footprint as well as makes you have your data on cold. If you need that data, obviously we can reach back out to the S3 and your object storage and bring that back, rehydrate it, and give you the data as needed. There's always going to be, as you're rehydrating it from more of a cold storage or semi-archival, there's going to be a time lag, but that's expected when you're accessing files that are used infrequently. But it does give you a huge cost savings to be more innovative in the cloud. So what I like to say is that it's, this is a nice visual here, that it's any cloud, one experience. And that's really the benefit is we have all these different feature sets from Cloud Insights, which is going to help you with that analyzation of your processes in the cloud, as well as the Cloud Sync to get you to the cloud, SaaS backup, the Kubernetes features. So you have all of these different cloud benefits, and this is growing on a monthly basis, which keeps me on my toes of having to learn all these different technologies that we're spitting out. But these are always available in my example here on the screen, 4 different clouds. There's your on-prem cloud and as well as the 3 hyperscalers, and it's the same experience regardless of which cloud you're playing in. So I can always talk about where we're at and how we're moving content into the cloud, but it really gives you a different idea here when you see that the numbers of the industry leaders that are providing services with NetApp and their cloud of choice. And a lot of the times a customer will come to us and already have a cloud provider of choice, and they'll ask, okay, what is the scenario here? And it's really simple. Keep the cloud provider you have, and you can just move forward. If you want a multi-cloud, then we go to that strategy. The goal isn't here to pick a specific cloud provider because we have a relationship with them, and all of a sudden all of your data and computation and storage needs to move to a new cloud. Just keep it in the cloud that you're comfortable with. I always give the example of education, that maybe the physical education department uses AWS, whereas the social sciences uses GCP or something like that. You can leave that independent as well, but still move forward with the same experience across both departments. So I think I had mentioned this previously about the growth of file services in the cloud, and that's where we're really seeing enterprises moving performance-sensitive workloads to the public cloud. As well as you should consider NetApp's cloud file services because of our 20-plus years history of providing file services. If you think about it, that we were providing file services for your enterprise applications and Microsoft workloads before Amazon was even selling books. So it's just a natural extension that we now combine our file services on the cloud and move forward in that aspect. And we're seeing, the growth here is just phenomenal as far as being able to move in the triple digits capabilities into the cloud. So I've talked a lot here. There's way more use cases that I could even go into. To give you an idea, this is where you can go to get started on cloud.netapp.com. It'll give you different workloads and use cases and applications where we have specific examples where you can read or watch, depending on whether it's a video, to get yourself familiarized. Because it's always nice to see when you come up with a situation where I need to move my SQL Server to the cloud. Well, what have you done with that in the past? We have those customers and those testimonials that'll give you examples and be able to actually reach out to you as needed when we're going through a POC. So I advise you to take a look to cloud.netapp.com and familiarize yourself, and then always you're free to run over to the AWS Marketplace and sign up for a free trial and just get the ball rolling. So with that, I would say thank you and hand it back to David.
Great presentation, Trenton. Really appreciate that. Cloud.netapp.com. Really like that URL there. I want to call everyone's attention to the handout that's in the tab as well under NetApp on using NetApp Cloud Volumes for Microsoft workloads. Make sure that you check that out. We do have some questions for you, Trenton, and while we do that, I'm just going to bring up this poll for everyone in the audience. What additional information would you like about the NetApp Cloud Volume solution? I'll leave that up while we do some Q&A here. So, Trenton, first question I wanted to ask you is about, they're saying, can I use Cloud Volumes on tap on AWS without having NetApp hardware on-prem? Is that possible?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I tried to touch on that earlier. I was maybe going a little too fast. We have Cloud Volumes on tap as well as Cloud Volume Service. Cloud Volumes on tap is really the product that we have that is our keystone product, if you will. It is our software-defined storage layer that sits inside on, as I had mentioned, EBS. It sits inside all hyperscalers. So you don't need any on-prem. You can start your business tomorrow as a cloud-first or cloud-only company and use ONTAP in any of the 3 hyperscalers and not even have to have any bent metal on premises. If you're already a customer of NetApp, you can move to the cloud. If you're a customer of a different partner and you want to try out NetApp in the cloud, or you just want to increase your cloud presence, we have services like that, like Cloud Sync, that'll take any data from any server or any company and move that to the cloud, and we'll be able to manage that with Cloud Volumes on tap.
Nice. So a total cloud solution, total software in the cloud. I like that. Next question here: what's your take on the market demand for file storage in the cloud opposed to object storage?
Yeah, and I think part of that is really object storage. It's obviously a first market mover, just like AWS was. So at the beginning, that was our only option. And it has a lot of great options, but there are certain limitations in that maybe you don't have the time or energy to re-architect your database into object storage or something of that nature. So I think that's why we're seeing all of this adoption and increase. And really, it's one of those things where I've talked with, and I have a video from an analyst where they're saying, everybody would have just moved to the cloud a lot faster if the cloud had the architecture that they were used to on-prem. And I think as we learned, NetApp learned really early in the game, almost 8 years ago, that this is the way to move forward. And it's been one of those challenges from a data center or bent metal company, as I like to jokingly say, to move to the cloud or restructure themselves, is I'll go to a cloud event and you'll get customers saying, well, why is NetApp here? You just want to sell me hardware. And no, it's really trying to position our identity that we've been doing cloud first and we've been doing it for nearly a decade. It's just that we need to be able to convince people that it's, safe, secure, all that fun stuff that we're all worried about on our, I like to call it Cloud 1.0. That's where we were worried about security. We didn't know whether we could do backup. So we just kind of take some files and we dip our toe in the water. The rest of the world, and really with COVID, we're learning that we're in a Cloud 2.0. If you don't have accessibility and availability to your data in the cloud, you can't move forward. And I think that's one of the benefits and driving points of seeing this increase on file storage. So as soon as that next survey comes out, where it's accommodated the last 6 months of the way the world's been, you're going to see those numbers even jump higher through the roof.
Absolutely. Yeah, you make a great point there. No company and no IT pros want to have to retrain and re-architect. And so I think it's great that you can provide what these companies need really in the cloud without having to go through that big learning curve and re-architecture, and finally give them really what they've wanted probably for a long time.
So, yeah, and
right.
Certainly, and on that, we're moving on to our next step. We're comfortable with the architecture of how you do your data management in the cloud. So now we're adding those extra bells and whistles that you want on top of that to automate and orchestrate your life and just make the process easier.
Nice, nice. Very nice. And this next question maybe goes along those lines. What does Cloud Volumes provide for backup, or how do I back up my Cloud Volumes?
Yeah, so that's what we have a snapshots, and our snapshots aren't going to be applicable to use any additional storage. And what I mean by that is sometimes you're going to see snapshots that you're going to take, a full snapshot, and that's going to chew up a lot of your cloud storage space. We'll do the first snapshot, and we'll do incremental ones on the Delta changes after that, but you're not responsible for the costs of that moving forward. So you can take, for the most part, you could do it a nearly, minute by minute snapshot if you really needed to, if you're in that kind of environment, because you're not incurring the additional fees and costs to do that snapshot to use for your backup purposes.
Nice, nice, okay. And so if people want to get started with NetApp Cloud Volumes, they just go to cloud.netapp.com and sign up, or can they also go to the different cloud marketplaces?
Yeah, we're on all three cloud marketplaces as well for Cloud Volumes on tap, so you can move forward on that aspect. At the same time, depending on how your company's structured, if you're hands-on and plug and play, you go one route. If you need more of a hand-holding, then definitely call in and get a POC up and running, where we can get you a free trial with the Amazon team. Obviously, we've been working tight with them for the better part of almost a decade, where you can get these free trials and get your hands dirty and really play with the solution and get advice. That's the nice part.
Absolutely, yeah. Excellent. Well, it sounds like a really cool solution. Love to hear what's new and innovative at NetApp. Thank you so much for your presentation, Trenton.
Absolutely, thank you.
And thank you to NetApp for supporting today's event. Again, check out cloud.netapp.com. Also check out the handout that's available there for download in your audience console on using NetApp Cloud Volumes for Microsoft workloads. All right, and with that, it's time to move on to our next presentation on today's event. I'm excited to introduce Mr. James Goodfellow, Senior Product Marketing Manager at Progress. James, take it away.
Hello, and welcome to our EcoCast webinar, Seamless Connectivity for Microsoft Dynamics 365 with Progress Data Direct. My name is James Goodfellow, and I'm a Senior Product Marketing Manager here with Progress Data Direct. And before I jump into the topic of the day, I would like to start by offering up just a few quick numbers and facts that we're extremely proud of here at Progress. We have over 30 years of experience developing and deploying mission-critical business applications. We have over 1,700 software partners that build their applications on our solutions, more than 100,000 enterprise customers that span 175 countries in every major industry category. We have over 2 million developers that use Progress products, and all told, there are over 6 million business users and over 100 million consumers that use applications that run on Progress technologies. So at our core, what are we trying to accomplish? I guess in the simplest terms possible, we are here to help enterprises thrive by providing the best possible platform and the cutting-edge tools that help our customers build modern, strategic business applications. That really cuts to the core of our mission here at Progress. At heart, we've always been in the business of helping enterprises compete, disrupt, and win through their business apps. All right, now that we've introduced Progress' view of the world, let's take a look at our product offering, the offerings that really help us accomplish this mission. And for the sake of time, I won't dig too deep into this slide, but I think it's a great visual to describe how all of the pieces of the Progress puzzle interlock together across the spectrum of adaptive, cognitive, and connected applications, and then how each of these capabilities are supported by our collection of products. And so for today's chat, we're going to focus on this highlighted portion here, the Progress Data Direct portion of the stack. The goal of Data Direct is simple: to connect any data source to any application. So empowering applications with enterprise data is our passion here at Data Direct, and we offer cloud and on-premises data connectivity solutions across relational, NoSQL, big data, and SaaS data sources. Performance, reliability, and security are at the heart of everything we design, and that's why Progress Data Direct is the trusted vendor for 350 plus ISVs, plus 10,000 enterprises for all of their analytics, integration, and data management needs. And finally, I'd like to refer to this as our brag slide. We're extremely proud of our client base, from top-tier Fortune 500 retailers and financial services companies to world-class healthcare and manufacturing organizations, to some of the brightest stars in the software space. And these companies trust us because, like them, we believe that innovation and disruption is the key to driving long-term sustainable value. So data access certainly has changed a lot over the past few decades. We've gone from connecting one machine to another, then to a network of data sources, and now, of course, we have this near limitless number of on-premises and cloud-based data sources that we can connect to. Companies have traditionally had a limited sphere of systems to connect to, i.e. relational databases, data warehouses, etc., and on-site controlled systems that didn't necessarily require extensive authentication or security measures. And to meet this need, well, enterprises have traditionally built SQL connectors that are all ODBC or JDBC driven. And to sort of visualize this, let's take a look at the traditional SQL approach to data access. SQL access to data has been a common and traditional theme for decades. Enterprise apps for analytics and BI and data management all operate relatively the same. Their application, the client, makes a SQL request using ODBC or JDBC to a backing data store, and the data is returned, and it's updated, and it's created, or it's deleted. So there are a few common pitfalls when needing to support this kind of model. First, each of these applications has a set of users that are using more and newer data sources, REST APIs, cloud applications, operational databases, and so on. The list of sources that these users require grows every year, and it's really getting hard to keep up, both for us and for our customers. And then secondly, given the breadth of users, it can be difficult to maintain so many point connections across so many different data sources. So who's accessing the data and what they're doing with it, that can be a hard question to answer. And most importantly, standardizing how data is being accessed, such as retrieving a current list of customers that are active, can almost be impossible at times. So one such instance of this diversity and connectivity is the Microsoft Dynamics 365 platform and ecosystem. It's fair to state that the majority of enterprises across the globe use some portion of the overall Microsoft landscape. Revamped Dynamics 365 platform will only increase Microsoft's penetration to many of the critical sales and marketing and back office ERP functions across the business. So why are more and more companies choosing to adopt these tools within the Microsoft Dynamics 365 environment at a greater and greater clip? Well, for one, everything works in the cloud. With Microsoft Dynamics 365, everything works in an Azure environment, which guarantees upgrades and hot fixes directly, so there's no need for costly multi-year upgrades. Second, it makes perfect sense for many companies to have CRM and ERP in one integrated system. CRM and ERP systems like Microsoft Dynamics 365 allow us to integrate sales and marketing and customer service data and processes. Third, Office 365 and Microsoft Dynamics 365 work together. A critical plus for Dynamics 365 is that Microsoft's infrastructure allows seamless sync with any of the other Windows applications, such as SharePoint or OneDrive or Teams or Yammer or Power BI, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and Outlook. Fourth, business intelligence to obtain powerful insights. So Microsoft Dynamics 365 comes with Power BI, which is in itself a powerful business intelligence tool that brings robust and interactive reports across organizations. And finally, it's just a familiar workspace. Companies often face modernization pushback, such as resistance to change or a really long learning curve. Companies often prefer Microsoft Dynamics 365 because it brings that familiar workspace and a simplified interface that makes the learning curve shorter and adoption faster. Whether companies are trying to connect to data from the Dynamics landscape or connect internal data to the landscape, there are many challenges that they face. Companies face significant hurdles when it comes to accessing the growing multitude of news sources. And here are just a sample of those challenges that we're facing. SQL-based BI and analytics tools don't always work well with the Dynamics cloud or with external APIs, and this makes it difficult to access and analyze critical data that's stored in these applications from one central reporting tool. Beyond that, customers generally don't have the time and the resources needed to keep up with all of the latest external data sources. And even if they can keep up with developing these connectors for all these sources, it's really cost prohibitive to try and to maintain them. And finally, these are often one-off use cases for customers, and there's really no scalable value prop. For all of these reasons and more, we've developed these connectors to solve this very issue. So we are empowering customers to connect directly to and from the Microsoft Dynamics 365 environment quickly and efficiently to allow subject matter experts across the business, both front office and back office, the solutions to address the challenges faced by modern enterprises. So to meet these and address these perennial challenges, Progress Data Direct is about to launch a suite of connectivity solutions specifically intended to bridge that divide between data tracked and measured in Dynamics with the myriad data that is being generated across and outside of an organization. The ways in which customers will use our connectors across the Dynamics 365 environment are as many and varied as really the number of supported products in Dynamics in the first place. That said, there are some key across-the-board use cases that we can tap into and that align well with our overall Progress and Data Direct missions. Analytics is really chief among them. Our customers are pleading for a connection path from Dynamics 365 back to the BI and analytics platforms upon which they depend. Along with that comes ETL or ELT, integration, replication, and migration. Companies need the ability to fully migrate data in and out of the Dynamics 365 universe into their preferred homegrown and legacy systems. We can help make that a reality by connecting these applications. And as we know, app development often comes with a heavy emphasis on data access. So again, Data Direct now empowers app developers with the real-time access to the Dynamics 365 data for their own custom and market-facing applications. And finally, data visualization. Microsoft includes data visualization and reporting as part of the suite, but much like the analytics example above, many businesses may prefer to just go outside of the ecosystem and to Tableau or SAS Visual Analytics or any other number of visualization tools. So from both a business and a technical perspective, by offering a more thorough data connection between existing external systems, homegrown systems, and the Dynamics 365 environment, customers will see a significant uptick in the overall effectiveness of their data access. And some areas of this increased efficiency include better data integration, more data access across the necessary stakeholders in the organization, the ability to spot themes and trends and their data across users and across use cases and across applications, increased developer productivity, reduced drags on any IT connection requests, bolster data security, reduced data latency, and really it just goes on and on, many more benefits. So what's the bottom line? Data access and connectivity drive productivity and innovation. So by enabling our customers to reach deep in and across the Dynamics 365 landscape, we can help them achieve that productivity and help power that innovation. So with that, I'd like to turn things back over to the audience for any questions that you might have about this offering.
Absolutely, yeah. Great presentation, James. Really cool stuff that you all are doing here at Progress. Lots of questions coming in. If you have a question, Now's the time to get it in. The first question I see that catches my eye here, they're asking, is this a data integration tool?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's not, you know, and it's sometimes can be hard to distinguish between what we do and what traditional data integration vendors do. We like to think that we're sort of the power behind a lot of the data integration tools out there, and many of the primary data integration tools on the market are employing our software and our technology. But we're more focused on the access, right? Data integration implies that you're moving data and you're doing something with it, whether it's you know, data quality or whether it's some sort of data consumption and reporting. But for us, it's really making the data available to the different sources so that integration tools can be used and so the data quality tools can be used.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Let's see. Next question, they're asking, what if we don't use the full D365 suite?
Yeah, that's the expectation is that most companies aren't going to use the Dynamics 365 suite in its entirety. It's a lot. You know, on a previous slide, we had all of the list of all of the CRM and ERP related apps that they have, and most companies are not going to use all of it. They're going to use bits and pieces of it, and that's perfectly okay. What we're trying to enable companies to do and empower customers to do is, for the ones that they do use, we're opening up that access. We're allowing them to take their data that sits in those applications and bring it into a centralized reporting tool. And likewise, we're enabling them to take external data, whether it's from a homegrown system, whether it's from a cloud-based marketing app or sales app that they're using, and pull that data into Dynamics so that they can see it alongside the rest of the data that they have.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. Next question here, does this software help me integrate Dynamics with our internal systems that we built, or does it only do Microsoft applications?
Yeah, no, it's and this is really a good point to bring up. It's you know, sort of like on the last question, it's really built to integrate your Dynamics systems with the non-Microsoft application. So it's really any Microsoft application. I'm sorry, any non-Microsoft application that you're looking at that maybe has an ODBC or JDBC wire connection, or maybe it's an API that's generating and making the data available. As long as you have access to that data from some other system, we can help you bring it into the Dynamics environment, or conversely, we can help you take Dynamics data and pull it into any of these non-Microsoft applications.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, a lot of flexibility there, both inbound and outbound. So if somebody wanted to get started with this, if this resonates with them, they can see a use case here, how should they get started?
Yeah. So our release for this product is going to be in a couple of weeks. It'll be in mid-August, and we hope that if you're interested, we offer 14-day free trials, and that's unlimited. You know, that's full use. It's not a trial-sized, you know, package of the product. Instead, it's full use, 14 days. Use it, connect it to your systems, and see how it works for you. And so we ask that if anybody's interested, go out there and download the connectors. And I think August 12th is the day that we're launching. So it'll be available on the website there. And the best place to find us is to just go to progress.com and click on Data Direct, and it'll all be right there.
Awesome. So progress.com, click on Data Direct, launching in a couple weeks. Really cool stuff. Thank you so much for your presentation today, James.
Hey, you bet. Thank you for inviting us out here.
All right, I've just brought up the Progress poll question on the screen there. It says, what additional information would you like about the Progress software solution? Progress has, you know, the big announcement we were just talking about. If you go to progress.com, their new Data Direct connectors. The link actually in the Handouts tab will take you directly there, and you can get pre-built connectors, build your own connector, custom connectors, or cloud to ground connectors. Try any connector for any data source for free, and there are pages and pages here of data sources that are listed. So if you need to get your data, from one place to the other and integrate it with Microsoft offerings, this is a great opportunity, great way to do it. So I'll just leave up this poll question I want to call everyone's attention to here while we do our next prize winner. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Amel Ramnick from Iowa. Congratulations, Amel Ramnick from Iowa. We'll have Amazon $500 gift cards, after each of the next three more gift cards still to go on the event today. So make sure that you stay tuned for those. We have some great prizes and great content here still in store for you. So thank you everyone who answered that poll. We do appreciate it. And now I'm going to introduce our next set of presenters on today's Microsoft EcoCast. That is Prem and Jason, both from Druva, Vice President of Products and Vice President of the IT On Point Group. Thank you so much for being on. Take it away.
Hello and welcome everybody. We are super excited to be hosting today's session to talk about protecting productivity with Office 365. I'm very pleased to have with us today two esteemed thought leaders, Jason Hood, who's the Vice President of IT at On Point Group. Hello, Jason. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks. I'm happy to be here today.
Thank you. As well, we have Prem today, who's the Vice President of Products at Druva. Welcome, Prem.
Thank you, Anne. Pleasure to be here.
Yes, thank you again, both of you, for joining us. Of course, I'm Anne. I am from Druva, and I will be your host and moderator today. So with that, let's delve right in. Interestingly, out there in the marketplace, there are those who seem to think that it is not necessary to back up Office 365. And conversely, there are others who say that you absolutely must back up your Office 365 data. So what are you seeing these days in the marketplace? What are customers telling you about this whole dilemma, Prem?
Yeah, interestingly, we see customers in both camps. Although I'll say that we're starting to see more and more customers in the second camp where they believe that they need to start protecting Office 365 with a third-party data protection or backup solution. And frankly, where customers stand on this kind of equation really depends on where they are in their Office 365 journey. You see a lot of customers typically questioning the need to back up Office 365 when they are in that foundation phase or migration phase. And that's kind of expected, so not very surprising, because if you really think about it, you need to have a certain level of soak time within the Office 365 environment, and depending on how much you've adopted that platform, you're going to have a certain level of experience, and you will start seeing some of the inherent challenges only when you start using some of the advanced capabilities, like Teams and SharePoint sites, as well as deeper usage of OneDrive within the organization. But it's also a facet of people looking beyond the collaboration aspect, because when you start thinking about things like retention, and when you start looking at other aspects like departing employees, how do you archive their data, that's when you start realizing some of the inherent gaps within Office 365 around data protection, and then you start falling into the second camp. You realize that, look, we need to look beyond this, because the risk aspect of leaving your data unprotected becomes very obvious.
Well, okay, so that is very eye-opening, but Prem, if I put myself in the shoes of a new customer of Office 365, I just adopted Office 365, it's a SaaS solution, all my data is in the cloud with Microsoft, so Microsoft has my back, right? I mean, do I really still need a backup solution for Office 365?
First of all, this is a huge misconception that Microsoft can protect against all forms of data loss or meet all your compliance needs. In fact, I'd say that this lack of awareness is probably the top reason why people neglect backing up Office 365, and as a result, end up putting their organization at risk. Ironically, this is despite Microsoft explicitly recommending third-party backups in their own service agreements. They also have other documentation. If you look at their website, for example, they clearly outline the demarcation of their data responsibilities versus their client's data responsibilities. In fact, their shared user responsibility model, which is published again on their website under the service level agreement, clearly indicates what Microsoft protects you against, and that's really loss of service due to things like infrastructure issues or failures. It does not give you adequate protection from various forms of data loss that may occur due to things like user errors, administrator actions, or malicious insiders maybe trying to steal or hide or delete data because they're trying to depart a few months from now, or even external attacks like ransomware. And I think, to me, again, this is a huge risk, basically not having a third-party backup for Office 365, because you can start to see how mission-critical Office 365 is becoming to many organizations, if it's not already. And as Gartner says, though Office 365 has some rudimentary capabilities that are built in, it's limited in many ways, and it does not meet the definition of an enterprise-class backup. So in order to mitigate this risk, to ensure sufficient business continuity, enterprises really need solutions that can meet their SLAs to make sure that you can recover data quickly, as well as with reliability. And the ultimate goal there is to not only reduce your organization's risk, but also keep your users productive. And this is where third-party data protection solutions shine quite well.
Yes, thank you, Prem. So I really appreciate you sharing your insights on protecting Office 365 data. I know we all learned a lot from that. Of course, there's nothing like a live example from somebody, a customer in the field, to drive home these points. So we are so thrilled to have with us today Jason Hood from OnPoint Group to share with us his experience, his expertise in this field. And I would like to thank again Jason for joining us and pass it over to you, Prem, to have a conversation with Jason about their cloud journey.
Sure. Thank you, Ann. Jason, welcome again.
Thank you.
Jason, to start with, can you tell us a little bit about OnPoint Group? What do you guys do? What's the company's mission? And also your role there.
OnPoint Group is a privately funded national facilities management company, and our mission to our customers is really to lower their total cost of ownership, improve safety, and maximize their uptime through our use of expertise and technology in the field. We're constantly trying to innovate the ability to support our customers. We carry out our mission every day by providing reliable installation, maintenance, and services for all of our customers, their facilities, and equipment needs in their warehouses. Our company is a rapidly growing company. We're currently around 90 facilities in the U.S. with about 1,800 employees. My current role here is the VP of Technology and Security. I've been with the company about 2 years ago, and at that time, we embraced the idea of modernizing our infrastructure to plan for the rapid growth that our company is going through and continues to go through. We outgrow our end markets, but a lot of our growth comes from acquisitions like you just talked about. So as a company, we've gone through and embraced the cloud as the improvements to our infrastructure. We've moved most of our compute into AWS, both IaaS and Lambda type environments that we use. We have a small footprint of on-premise servers left that might be here for more of our older applications or archived applications that we may not want to move to the cloud. And then we've made a mass migration into Office 365 for all of our email, our communications, and our file services. We've used Druva as our partner for a lot of these scenarios for our backup and our data integrity. They've been a close partner of ours for about 4 years now. They not only protect our on-premise environments and our VMware environments, they work with us on our AWS environments and our backups, and then clearly, as we're here to talk about today, our Office 365 environments. And like I said, they've been a great partner of ours. They've taken our feedback and listened to us well. So appreciate everything that Druva has done for us.
That's great, Jason. Really appreciate the the endorsement there. Also, it's great to hear about the modernization efforts and the success that you've had there. I know a lot of companies are still struggling to achieve that. Obviously, digital transformation is a big fancy word, but a lot of people are obviously trying to realize the true efforts of that by cutting down the cost of infrastructure, at the same time realizing the benefits of making your organization more agile, more productive, and then really bringing that value that you're trying to deliver to the business. So it's really great to hear about that. So let's take that particular theme there and put that around Office 365, which is the kind of focus today. I believe you went through that journey, as you said, like a few years ago. Tell us a little bit more about that. What did that mean for your IT, your team, as well as your end users?
Sure. As I mentioned, our company grows a lot by acquisition. So moving to the cloud and giving us the ability to grow quickly was very important to us. Allowed us to integrate easier, allowed us to manage our acquisitions, and really provided us with, the cloud is famous for, really that virtual and unlimited capacity that we could grow into. One thing about our users is our users tend to be very mobile. So as you're doing facilities management, working on forklifts, working on batteries, working in warehouses, our users aren't sitting in offices, but a majority of our users are actually out in the field. And so they're in vans, they're in customer facilities. Our ability to deliver and communicate with our end users is very important. They use multiple types of devices, so it's critical for us to be able to move into a cloud service to continue that communication easily with them. Our biggest challenge probably for us during the migration was because of the way we grew by acquisition and because of the way we were managed previously before that, we ended up with 11 different mail systems. Some were on-premise, some were in the cloud, some were in Google even, and we were driving towards a single mail system within Office 365. Luckily, we found a great partner that helped us through that guided us in this process to consolidate from 11 mail systems into one, and that has really helped us improve the way that we interact with our users. We've been now in Office 365 for about 2 full years. We continue to grow the volume of users and the products that are consumed, as you saw on the previous slide. As Microsoft expands and grows, we're also using those tool sets.
Wow, that's definitely an interesting and great journey. I'm so glad to see you got past all those 11 migrations and finally looks like you've been cruising along for a couple of years now. So your users, sounds like you've had them on Office 365, quite productive. What applications within Office 365 is OnPoint using?
Clearly, we use email very heavily, like everyone does. That's initially how you get into Office 365. We've started to very heavily use OneDrive, Teams, and SharePoint. That's probably been one of the last year to year and a half that we've made those migrations. We're moving away from standard and traditional just file services sitting on shared drives into SharePoint and OneDrive to give our users the ability of access from anywhere and not having to VPN into our systems now to get to those files. It's made our users much happier as they're able to access those files almost on any platform from anywhere in the world. We've also used Teams to increase our communication. We have large call centers in Texas, Rhode Island, and Long Island. And on the back end, we've been able to use Teams to help us improve communications while people are on the phone, and they might be looking for help or assistance from one of their other teammates that might be in a different location. We're now reaching out and looking at OneNote, Flow, Planner, Project, and Power BI. We intend to use things like Flow to improve speed at which we can approve invoices in our organization, Power BI to help with more reporting, and we're actually moving into Project and Planner to help us with additional project management capabilities.
Great. You guys are definitely reinventing yourselves around Office 365. Back to that comment I made earlier. That's great. So, Jason, having gone through this extensive experience with Office 365, what advice would you offer to the attendees here, and also to companies that are considering a migration, or maybe they are in that early days of adoption? What would your guidance be for them?
Yeah, I think coming out of our experiences, the very first thing I would recommend is go find a good partner. Find somebody that understands Office 365 and how to help you with those migrations. There's a lot of different ways to migrate. There's lots of tools native to Office 365, and there's a lot of third-party tools. Many times a partner can kind of minimize the issues that the users are going to see, and they're going to be able to help speed up the migration with their experiences. We found that to be true in our experience. I'd also suggest a really good communications plan to your end users. The end users are the ones that are going to kind of drive the success of that project as they kind of perceive how things are going and they raise up issues. The plan should be multiple times. You directly communicate to the users. Have a training plan on how to make users understand the new additions of mobility into their space. And have an easy way to support those users when they have sign-on issues or other problems once they're migrated. We use things like Zoom rooms to give the opportunity to the users to get in and actually quickly get answers to what they needed. Remember that they're going to be signing in from multiple devices. They're going to sign in from the PC. They're going to sign in from mobile devices. They're even going to sign in from home PCs when they need to. Secondly, I'd consider using the features and functionality that are in Office 365 to protect your data immediately. I'd turn on multi-factor authentication. You won't believe the number of attempts you'll see of people trying to access your data within Office 365. Our users, we found, tended to already understand how multi-factor authentication works. They used it in their banks. They used it in other sites as well on the web. But that's important to stop unauthorized access to your data. I'd also look at using DMARC and DKIM as you set up for anti-phishing tools. Office 365 provides great anti-phishing tools, and DMARC and DKIM are just another layer on top of that that allow you to stop some of those potential harmful emails from reaching your environment. Finally, and really one of the reasons we're here, I'd recommend you protect your data. It was mentioned before that Microsoft recommends you find a third-party tool to protect your data. There's lots of SaaS applications out there. Review the opportunities to protect your data with a third-party tool. Office 365 doesn't do really a native backup. I think, Prem, you mentioned before the recycle bin. That's about as good as it gets. There is potential to move a file from the recycle bin back into production, but it is limited in the amount of time that you'll be able to do that. Many people kind of lean on the fact that Office 365 also allows some file versioning within SharePoint. That's good as long as you don't delete the file, right? But once that's gone, it's really important that you can recover that file in some way. So for long-term retention, I'd absolutely recommend you go out and find yourself a tool that can do this for you. We've used Druva's platform also to cover accidents and enhance our business processes. So I think it was mentioned before, some things that happen with mergers and acquisitions. We recently did an acquisition that had a SharePoint site. We started to look at how we could merge those sites together with our current production site and bring theirs in. When we were doing the copy of those sites, we actually made some mistakes, wrote over many of our templates, our SharePoint site branding, and some of the root files that caused our site to look different. It caused our site to act differently, and users were still able to get to the data that was underneath that, but everything looked a little different, and quite honestly, this caused a little bit of a panic within our company as people thought maybe we had an infection or we had something go wrong with the site as logos had changed. So they were generally nervous. They caused a lot of tickets to our service desk that we had to respond to. Once we figured out what the problem was, we were really quickly able to respond to that with Druva. We were able to restore the files, bring us back to the branding that we expected, bring us back to the processes that we expected, and resolve our problem for the service desk. That timing from the time of recognition to the time of resolution, quite honestly, was about 10 minutes, and so it was very, very quick. Finally, another use case that we've uncovered with Druva that's really been something we've started to use is how we can use it to help our legal team. I know it was mentioned kind of around retention and the ability for legal to review options for access to mailboxes. If we need to review a mailbox, we can actually just restore that mailbox directly versus giving the lawyers access to an online live mailbox. And so we've done this in many times where we can provide them access to the mailbox and the corresponding OneDrive and SharePoint documents for that person or topic that it might be around. It's very helpful when we have.
Go ahead, Jason. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yep, no problem. This is very helpful when we haven't previously put legal hold into Office 365. This is just a new recognition of that event. We can go get those old backups for people. And the organization now knows they can count on us to restore that data if they need it. So it's very, very good.
Excellent. Jason, those were some great insights. I wanted to make sure, we quickly summarize some of the things that you said, right? So first of all, find a great migration partner. Many ways to migrate, but really important to find the right partner, especially if you're trying to consolidate multiple environments. Second one, enable multi-factor authentication, really important from a security perspective. And then protect your data, right? With definitely kind of endorsing, supporting the need for third-party backup. And you talked about scenarios where you guys have actually lost data, SharePoint environments, and had to use a tool like Druva to recover that, and also for your legal teams to be able to quickly do, data collection for e-discovery type situations. And obviously, that also has helped your organization from an IT operations perspective. So that's great. And we've talked about risk a lot as part of all this. So Jason, can you tell us a little bit about, a couple of areas where you think that third-party backup or data protection tool can help with productivity, either for IT or for your end users?
Sure. Today's knowledge workers care a lot about the app experience. I think third-party backup tools are providing really simple workflows for both IT admins and end users to recover the data. One example would be how simple it is for a manager to access their departed employees' mailboxes using Druva. We have a tool that we use. provides great end-user self-service with IT controls, with security and other integrations that extend well beyond the Microsoft ecosystem.
Talking of security, there's a lot of concern about ransomware, and this was a topic of discussion earlier today as well. Are you worried about that in the context of Office 365? I would love to get your opinion as as a customer.
I think we should all be concerned about phishing and security around our email and the ability to prevent or respond to incidents. You're never going to prevent everything, so that importance is how do you respond to those. There are two aspects to all security. First, like I mentioned, is prevention. I think the cloud partners are doing everything they can to keep the bad actors out. The second is really about the resiliency and our ability to respond and recover to any unforeseen event, really especially regarding ransomware. Microsoft's deploying tools, advanced threat protection, and other tools that allow them to prevent malware from seeping in. They have some great anti-phishing tools built in now that allow us to predict, find, and report phishing attempts. And they provided ways that users have one push button at the top of the email where they can actually report this back to our admins to investigate, review, and even wipe out phishing attempts. But in the end, the success of a phishing attempt really goes back to the end user and their ability to stop that. They're the threat vector. So if ransomware is successful in dropping their payload, the best course of action for us has been to recover. And we've had to do that a couple of times based on user actions. Druva has been extremely successful in helping us recover and rebuild inboxes that have been impacted by malware. So that's important to us as a feature of the Druva platform.
I'm glad we could help out in a scenario like that. So what tips could you offer to other people who want to consider a third-party data protection solution?
First, protect your SaaS environments with another SaaS product. Office 365 is a major SaaS solution, and your data protection provider has to be able to match the growth of Office 365, their agility, their scalability, and their velocity from an operational standpoint. You don't want to be deploying software, managing clusters, performing upgrades, watching capacity, and really worrying about if that's running day to day. They become very time consuming, and quite honestly, it's made my team much more happy to be able to not focus on those types of things. We now focus more on what we can do strategically to help the business. So moving away from hardware-based solutions really gives my team that ability, makes them a little bit more engaged in their work than it is just kind of a day-to-day grind of watching capacity. So really appreciate that. I think our team's also been able to focus on how do we enrich the processes used in the business. I mentioned earlier that the SaaS solution from Druva gives us that ability to enhance legal processes. We've done that with them. We've completed improvements of processes with our security team. And I really don't think we've even uncovered all of the uses that we have for the Druva platform and what we can do with that solution.
Thank you, Jason. I know that's definitely a work in progress, and we're happy to partner and definitely solve more use cases together.
And now let's move into questions from our audience. Jason, looks like we have several questions for you already. So the first question is, my CIO doesn't have a budget for Office 365 backup. Did you have any issues like this? And if so, how did you make the case to your upper management?
We actually did, as we started out, have issues in really trying to make the budget work for that. My recommendation and really what we did was focus on what the loss of important data could do, not only internally but to your customers. We found things like contracts, negotiations, customer information, and a lot of the pushback we initially received from management was those should be in the proper systems. Those should be in the Salesforces. Those should be in the contract management portals. Those should be in the locations where they're meant to be. What we found truly is the artifacts don't always make it into those systems right away. So loss of an inbox or loss of files on SharePoint can be pretty devastating when you're in the middle of a contract negotiation or you're in the middle of working on an issue with a customer, and those haven't made it into a Salesforce, or those may not have made it into a contract negotiation portal. And so we use those as our examples to justify back to our CIO why we needed to back up our Office 365 environment and where the budget might be able to come from to protect that data.
Thank you, Jason. So the next question for you is, what made you determine that you need a third-party tool to back up Office 365? And do you have any other examples of how you benefited from having a third-party backup solution for Office 365?
Yeah, so a couple. initially, as said, Microsoft recommends that. So as we started using our partner for the migrations, that was one of the early recommendations that came from our partner was that. So that was a really important finding. Secondly, we have had instances where we have a user who leaves and their mailbox, after it disappears within Active Directory, the mailbox is deleted. We've had managers come back to us in a panic looking for a file from somebody that was probably stored within their inbox, especially around a contract negotiation is what we're finding, as I mentioned before. We've been able to go back for another 60 days. We've been able to restore that mailbox. We've been able to bring those files back and really kind of help out our end users and make sure that they had what they needed to help our company grow as quickly as possible.
Jason, this one is also for you. How long did it take you to get started with Druva?
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you, and as I said earlier, we've used Druva for our on-premise backup. We've used Druva for our cloud backups and for our Office 365 backups. In all instances, I will tell you, it is one of the easiest products to set up, and I've used a lot of different backups in my life, and this is one of the easier ones to set up. From Office 365, we were quite honestly backing up mailboxes, SharePoint, OneDrive, in really about 2 to 3 hours. It's as simple as going in, pointing Druva at your Office 365 tenant, setting up the policies from the Druva console, and letting it fly at that point, and monitoring the backups to make sure they get done. It's part of the simplicity of using a SaaS platform like Druva, and that's why I recommend that. Honestly, after that, then the best thing is every day I get a report about what ran and what was an issue. I will also mention that probably 29 out of 30 days in a month we don't have any issues. Every so often we'll go out and have an issue where maybe a user deletion caused just something to trigger and made a backup fail for one inbox. But they're easy to recognize, easy to fix, and Druva has been very, very reliable for us.
And we have another related question for you. So what other solutions did you evaluate, and why did you pick Druva?
Yeah, we looked at a lot of backup solutions in the market, and a lot of them very common names: Veeam, Rubrik, Commvault. In the end, it came down to we didn't want to have to manage a bunch of hardware capacity and things like that. We wanted to manage a SaaS environment with a SaaS environment. So as one grew, the other grew, and I didn't have to worry about the process of keeping capacity up, ensuring that I had patched the system, I had any sort of firmware upgrades in place, that I didn't have to worry about network access from somewhere. So that was a really important part of what we wanted to do. Secondly, we wanted to have one platform for all of our workloads. This wasn't a solution where we wanted to have kind of something that was doing our backups on premise, something that was doing our backups in AWS, and another solution that might be doing Office 365 for us. As close as we could, we wanted to get to a solution that backed everything up for us. We found that with Druva. We found that capability to back up all of our solutions, and actually even and then some, from a single pane of glass. And that's really helped my team of people that are running the backup environment for me to have a lot of user satisfaction based on the product. Their jobs are much easier. They're able to count on the product. And time again, we've proven that the backups are there and we've been able to use them. So that's important. Thirdly, like I mentioned before, we've found additional uses for the Druva product. We've been able to use that to help our legal team, to help our security team, to help search for data around legal cases. So that's been an important piece of what we've done, is not only Druva's matured, but as our product needs have matured, Druva's been right there with us, and they listen to us very closely and understand what our needs are, and they've been able to help us multiple times grow into their product.
Well, thank you, Jason. That sounds like a great experience. And on that positive note, I would like to thank you again, Jason, as well as Prem, for sharing your experiences and expertise with us today. We learned a lot for sure. And thank you to you in our audience for joining us today. And we invite you to learn more about Druva on our website.
And with that, we brought up the next poll question here. It says, what additional information would you like about the Druva solution? And we'll leave that up here for a moment, allow everyone to answer it. Thank you so much to the folks from Druva. Really insightful presentation. I love it when we have a real customer on to hear about their experience with the product and the challenges that they faced. That is our goal here, to help you as IT professionals solve your technology challenges. I was an IT professional once myself, an IT manager for many years, and I know sometimes it's tough to find the right solutions for your business, and you feel like you might be the only one out there who has this certain challenge, but I assure you, you're not alone, and we've got a lot of solutions here to solve those challenges. So thank you everyone who's getting in to the poll there and answering that. We do appreciate it. Let's get a few more responses here. And now I'm excited to introduce our next presenters on today's EcoCast. Welcome Tori Sikowicz, Product Marketing Manager at Rapid7, and Margaret Zone, Product Marketing Manager at Rapid7 as well. Tori and Margaret, thank you so much for being on the event.
Thank you for having us. We're excited to be here.
It's great to have you. Take it away.
Awesome. Hey, everyone. Hope everyone's doing well. Great to be here with you today. My name is Tori Sikowicz. I'm a Product Marketing Manager for Vulnerability Management at Rapid7, and I'm joined here today by my colleague, Marge. Marge, do you want to just say a quick hello?
Yeah, definitely. Hi, everybody. I'm Marge Zone. So I am the Product Marketing Manager for Detection and Response here at Rapid7. I'm excited to be here with you all today, and I'll pass it back to Tori to kick us off.
Cool. So today we're going to be talking about some of Rapid7's offerings that can really help you support your Microsoft-centric environments. So we'll be focusing on InsightVM, which is Rapid7's vulnerability risk management solution. And we're also going to be talking about InsightIDR, which is Rapid7's cloud-based SIEM. But before we get into those, I did just want to take a moment here to call out our other product offerings that make up the Rapid7 Insight Cloud. So what you can see is, in addition to InsightVM and InsightIDR, we also offer InsightAppSec, which is our dynamic application security testing tool, and InsightConnect, which is our security orchestration and automation tool. On top of that, Rapid7 also has a services wing that helps you set up and use Rapid7 products, and also helps with completely product agnostic things. So think things like cybersecurity maturity assessments, or virtual CISO engagements, or penetration testing. So now let's get into what we're here to talk about today. When we think about running vulnerability risk management for Windows environments, or any environment for that matter, we know that the problem at this point isn't really about gaining visibility into things like Active Directory services or laptops or other assets. We have a pretty good grip on this stuff. Their solutions exist, like our vulnerability risk management solution InsightVM, to help with this. But what we found with talking with security professionals is that the real problem is executing on a successful security program and proving its efficacy is almost impossible. So how can Rapid7 help you solve for this really challenging political problem, if you will? Well, with Rapid7's InsightVM, we really help you to prove achievement of your security program by helping you execute in the following three areas that I'm going to run through quickly here. The first is by gaining clarity into risk and across teams. So we're talking about clarity into technology, like understanding your Microsoft systems and other systems that you have, but also clarity across the different stakeholders at your organization is super key. Second, we help by extending security's influence. Here's where we're talking about really collaborating with your technical teams to break down those traditional silos that exist and really get the work done of reducing risk. And then finally, to help you prove the achievement of your security program, InsightVM really helps you to see shared progress. So actually getting the work done to reduce risk in your environment, and then showcasing this work to leadership so that you're able to gain their buy-in and future investment in your security program. So we know that vulnerability risk management, or VRM, is a process that's made up of a few different functional areas. So to run through them quickly here, starting with visibility. Visibility is key, making sure that you're seeing everything that exists in your on-premises, your cloud, your remote, virtual, and containerized environments is super key. And once you have that visibility, you then move into assessment. So think, assessing Windows servers, and maybe you also have Linux servers or whatever it may be, all of your assets that need to be assessed for risk. And once you do that assessment, you move on to prioritization. And we know that not every asset is created equal. So we need to really be prioritizing those critical assets that exist in your environment, because at the end of the day, we know that, it's pretty much impossible to remove all vulnerabilities that exist in your environment. So we really need to prioritize what's most critical. And then remediation, actually reducing risk in our environments. And of course, throughout this whole process, we need to be measuring progress throughout so that we can really prove to our leadership team and to our other stakeholders at the business the value of our program. And so with InsightVM, which again, Rapid7's vulnerability risk management solution, we work to weave clarity, influence, and progress that we just spoke about throughout the entire vulnerability risk management process. So what I want to do now is show you how InsightVM does this by giving you 3 concrete examples. And we're going to start with gaining clarity into risk and across teams. So in order to drive the best security outcomes, we know that you have to be able to handle massive volumes of data. We know you need a way to gain overall insight into your security risk, and you need to be able to do that in a simple way. And so one way we do this with InsightVM is with a dashboard level view. So InsightVM has what we call live dashboards that use fresh data to feed threat exposure analytics so that you can visualize, you can prioritize, assign, and ultimately fix your exposures. Now, InsightVM is able to provide you with a truly unified view of all of your assets in your environment through live dashboards. And one thing that I want to call out now that we're definitely going to dig into even more later in this presentation is our Rapid7 Insight Agent. The Insight Agent really works to ensure that assets are continuously assessed without requiring scan engines or waiting for scan windows. So think about your highly dynamic cloud environments. With the Insight Agent being leveraged, you can now know before attackers do when vulnerable assets have been introduced to your modern environment. So if we take Azure Security Center as an example, Azure Security Center makes it simple to automatically deploy the Insight Agent to Azure virtual machines as they're spun up. So with the agent deployed to your existing assets and then automatically deployed on new assets, you'll then be able to see all of your assets from not just Azure, but if you have AWS environments, if you have on-premises environments, VMware, and more, you'll be able to see all of that in a unified view in InsightVM. So that's gaining clarity into risk and across teams. And now let's move into extending security's influence. We know that, operational security metrics are frequently used to really drive security performance improvements and overall risk reduction. But they're often not really relevant to the business. So in other words, translating that security risk into business risk isn't really being done. And these operational metrics are difficult to quantify, and they're difficult to communicate to non-technical stakeholders. And that's why with InsightVM, we introduced a feature called Goals and SLAs, or Goals and Service Level Agreements. And what this feature really helps security teams do is define relevant and meaningful metrics so that you're able to set goals against them. You're able to track both individual and team progress. You can receive alerts when goals are achieved or missed. And ultimately, you can report on progress to both technical and non-technical stakeholders. So goals and SLAs really allows security teams to know what they should be focusing on and what they need to do to achieve their goals. And, just to give an example of what an SLA could look like, it could be something like remediate 75% of Windows servers within 15 days of asset discovery date. And what these goals and SLAs really do is they enable better communication when you're working with others in the company, maybe when you're working with your remediation teams, and it's presenting information in a way that both technical and non-technical stakeholders can understand. And bonus, of course, you can add a goal to a dashboard in InsightVM, and that will display graphically so that you can see progress at a glance, which is really, really cool. And finally, I had mentioned at the beginning, we talked about gaining clarity, we talked about extending security's influence, and now I wanted to give you an example of really seeing shared progress with Insight VM. So we know that, no surprise here, the remediation process is a cumbersome one. It's really hard for security practitioners to service all of these different assets and owners, and working with IT operations and development teams to make progress in reducing risk can be really, really tough. I don't think that there's a vulnerability management team on the planet that hasn't been affected by productivity draining things like reporting, emails, ticketing, and these one-off vulnerability verification requests. Well, with Insight VM, we offer what's called remediation projects, and remediation projects provide hands-on, really built-for-purpose views of remediation data across the organization. And this really helps to reduce friction and effort for security teams and remediators. So said a different way, remediation projects really let you assign out remediations. And these serve as living, breathing versions of the more traditional spreadsheets that we've commonly seen been used by security teams. And rather than going line by line based on a vulnerability, we instead said, let's go based on solutions. Because oftentimes, especially if we sort by risk reduction, we may have scenarios where a single solution will close multiple vulnerabilities. And on top of all of this, these remediation projects in Insight VM, they will really spell out how to fix things. What are the exact steps that need to happen in order to patch something. So it makes it really, really simple when working with remediation teams. And if you're using ticketing systems like ServiceNow or Jira, Insight VM can send tickets directly over to these solutions right from the UI. And what we found is this really lets the security team, you as a security professional, meet the remediation team where they're used to working and helps you to really gain buy-in with that team. So I had called out the Rapid7 Insight Agent earlier on in this presentation, and I said we'd circle back to it. So here we are. And as you can see here, yes, the Insight Agent helps you to identify assets in your modern environments. It helps you assess them for vulnerabilities in real time, and that ultimately helps you to prioritize risk and remediate the vulnerabilities that exist. But what I didn't tell you is that the Insight Agent is shared among Rapid7 products. So the same agent that is used for Insight VM for vulnerability management is also used for Insight IDR, which is our cloud-based SIEM. So I'm now going to pass it over to Marge so that she can tell you more about this and also tell you more about how Insight IDR can help support Microsoft-centric environments.
Awesome. Thanks, Tori. So building on what Tori just mentioned, with this one-time deployment, our universal Insight Agent is used across both Insight VM, as Tori just talked about, and then also Insight IDR, which is our cloud SIEM. So this really compounds efficiencies for Rapid7's platform customers. The agent is really simple to install, and it works across all of your network devices, whether they're in the cloud or on premises. And for Insight IDR customers, it provides real-time visibility, deception detection, and endpoint investigation. So moving on into detection and response, I wanted to start things off by discussing the overall problem that we're working to solve here with Insight IDR. And that's how today's security teams are facing more complexity than ever before. And this complexity really boils down to a few key areas. So firstly, there's just a lack of visibility. Most security environments today are more dispersed, with almost 70% of organizations having multi-cloud or hybrid environments. So for an example, as Office 365 and other cloud services extend the security perimeter to the individual user, it's a challenge to identify intruders moving across your on-premise, cloud, and mobile sections of your network ecosystem. So with these rapid changes in environments, it's more difficult for teams to have continuous visibility. And these gaps in visibility result in delayed incident response times, and these leave organizations vulnerable to threats. And another challenge is that in this modern security environment, alerts are just really noisy. So there's a constant flood of event data that creates a ton of work for security teams who have to sift through the high volume of alerts, and a large amount of these turn out to be false positives. So this really takes away from time that should be spent on real threats. And this really leads us into the next issue. That's that investigations just take way too long. So on average, it takes 279 days to identify and remediate incidents. This is a significant issue because the longer threats go undetected, the more time attackers have to cause harm to your network. So overall, it's just getting harder to keep up with all of this. The volume of threats, the noise, the amount of data, and these issues coupled with the fact that the security industry as a whole is just really understaffed, it's no surprise that a majority of security professionals are getting burnt out. And all of these challenges I just spoke about are really amplified by traditional SIEMs. With long deployments, noisy alerts, and an overall lack of proper discovery and containment, traditional SIEMs create more work for teams instead of helping them accelerate. And here at Rapid7, our goal is to eliminate this complexity that gets in between security teams and successful detection and response. So we work to create solutions that provide a complete approach to threat detection and response that gives teams the tools that they need to successfully manage their modern environments both efficiently and effectively. And there are a few detection and response solutions that we've developed here at Rapid7 to help address this overall complexity and lack of visibility that I was just talking about. And the first one being InsightIDR, our cloud SIEM, which provides customers with visibility across their entire environment. It provides early and reliable detections out of the box and high context investigation and response tools to help teams respond quickly and confidently to threats. And all of this is really focused on that purpose of reducing the complexity and maximizing efficiency of analysts. So in addition to InsightIDR, we have a managed detection and response service, which provides customers with around-the-clock monitoring from our global expert SOC team. So our global security analysts and threat intelligence teams directly contribute expertise into InsightIDR. As they identify threats and attacker techniques, new behavior detections are pushed out to InsightIDR to automatically match against your data. So this means even if you're only using InsightIDR, you're still benefiting from the expertise of our MDR team. And in addition to these solutions, we also have Insight Connect, which is Rapid7's security orchestration and automated response tool. Insight Connect has over 275 automated workflows that help eliminate the manual and repetitive work that security teams face. And some of these security work built into InsightIDR, which really helps streamline the manual detection and response tasks that security teams are facing. So each of these solutions that I just talked about can be used on their own or all together for a really powerful detection and response solution. Now I want to take a closer look at how InsightIDR enables security teams to focus their energy on what really matters most. So to start, InsightIDR, like I mentioned a couple times now, was built in the cloud. So this drives both scale and efficiencies for customers in terms of deployment, but also ongoing management. And that Insight agent that Tori and I talked about earlier, it can monitor Windows, Mac, or Linux machines really easily. We also pull in Microsoft AD information automatically and collect any Office 365 data from Event Hub. So all of this data is aggregated in InsightIDR to unify every element of detection and response, from ingestion all the way to analysis. Our core principles of the product are really around, first, unified data collection across the environment. This includes endpoints, logs, network, and cloud. And this is to drive faster time to value and to accelerate detection. Second, advanced behavioral analytics that drive these reliable early detections that are available out of the box. And then lastly, to focus on automation and context to enable teams to respond quickly and with confidence to incidents. So now I want to focus on InsightIDR's core differentiators and how we enable our customers to cut through the clutter of today's fragmented security landscape. In the detection and response space, InsightIDR really stands out against other solutions in these four key areas. The first being how InsightIDR delivers immediate value as a SaaS SIEM. So with native cloud hosting, automatic updates, and lightweight collection, customers are ingesting and correlating data faster than they ever have before. And secondly, with all of your critical security data analyzed in the cloud, you'll have instant visibility and comprehensive coverage across your environment. So our lightweight Insight agent that we talked about, along with our collectors, APIs, and network sensors, they ingest data from across your environment. So again, this includes user activities, logs, cloud, endpoints, and network traffic, all into one single solution. I wanted to note as well that customers can integrate Insight IDR with Azure Event Hubs to access and ingest all applicable Azure data and logs. So once Insight IDR has access to logs generated by our directory services, activity on your network will be correlated to the users and assets behind them. So this combined with our included cross-product Insight agent that we've been talking about, you have visibility into user behavior across endpoint, network, and cloud. Next, with the power of Rapid7's Insight Cloud, you can take action confidently. So our Insight Cloud equips you with the visibility, analytics, and automation you need to unite your teams and amplify efficiency. And with built-in expertise powered by user behavior analytics and global threat intelligence from Rapid7 SOC that I mentioned before, Insight IDR is able to automatically correlate user activity to detect advanced attacks such as lateral movement from the endpoint to the cloud. And lastly here, Insight IDR unlocks efficiency for teams through automation and correlation. Our contextual threat alerts and comprehensive insights eliminate the operational complexity that teams experience by reducing the mountain of data and false positives for teams to sift through. And it's really these differentiators that set us apart from other solutions and make us uniquely qualified to further your detection and response capabilities. And we don't just want you to take our word for it. We're proud to have been recognized by industry analysts and customers alike this year. So in February, we were named a leader in Gartner's 2020 Magic Quadrant for SIM. And just earlier this month, we were named Gartner Peer Insights Customer's Choice for SIM. And we're so thankful to our customers and partners for helping us to get here. And we know that these validations only further our commitment to our mission of making successful detection and response attainable for all. And that's all that Troy and I have for you today. And thank you so much for joining us. We hope that you enjoyed hearing about vulnerability management and detection and response here at Rapid7. And if you'd like to try Insight VM or Insight IDR for yourself, we've included links here where you can learn more about each solution and also sign up for a free 30-day trial.
Excellent presentation. I love the free 30-day trial. The links on the screen are there, rapid7.com, and I want to call everyone's attention to those. Also, the handout that's available there in your audience console. So rapid7.com/trial/InsightVM and /InsightIDR. And while we do some questions here from the audience, I'm just going to bring up this poll that says, what additional information would you like about the Rapid7 solution? I want to call everyone's attention to that. So let's see. First question we have for you, Tori and Margaret. I see here in the queue, they're asking, can you deploy the Insight agent remotely?
Yeah, so that's a great question. I can take that one. The Insight agent can be installed virtually on supported Windows, Linux, or Mac assets on remote worker machines by security teams. So there's no configuration or action needed by the end user, and the agent only needs to be installed once per asset, and then it will update automatically in the background. And this is really relevant, especially right now during remote workforce surges like we're seeing. You may want to install this agent more widely to ensure that you have coverage across new or previously not covered endpoints. And you can leverage deployment and packaging software to mass deploy the Insight agent, such as Microsoft Group Policy or Windows Batch File.
Nice. I like that. Great flexibility there to deploy it remotely. Next question, they're asking, can I report on both on-premises and Microsoft Azure scans in the same place?
I'm happy to take that one for Insight VM. So it's a good question, and yes, all data is available all within a unified view, so in a single console through our dashboards view, as well as through custom reporting. So both on-premise, Microsoft Azure, any other assets that you're pulling in your modern environment can be viewed within that unified view with Insight VM. Thanks.
Okay, nice. Let's see, there's a question here that came in from Ron, I think is appropriate. They're asking if Insight VM has ever been used standalone for disaster planning and testing. Can you share anything around that?
I can take that one too. So if I'm understanding the question correctly, we at Rapid7, we do have our consulting services wing, and that can really help with any sort of planning in creating a disaster recovery plan or things of that nature. With that said, Insight VM also has remote abilities that have been pretty crucial as we've seen so many organizations start working from home. So, in terms of making sure that you're protecting your remote employee assets, your workstations, your laptops, as well as we've seen a huge migration to the cloud, and really making sure that you are also managing remotely your servers and appliances. The one thing that Marge and I both spoke about today that is super critical when it comes to ensuring that your remote employee assets are being protected and that your cloud environment is being protected is really leveraging that Insight agent. So the agent is really the ideal way to assess these types of assets.
Okay, nice. Next question, they're asking, can you give us some examples of threats Insight IDR can detect in Office 365?
Definitely. So I can take that one. That's a great question. So by collecting, correlating, and analyzing the data across all users and assets, like we had talked about earlier in Insight IDR, so Insight IDR is able to automatically identify these suspicious behaviors and potential threats. And some examples of what that looks like in Office 365. I mentioned this one earlier as well, but advanced attacks like lateral movement from the endpoint to the cloud. Another example is privileged user monitoring. So privileged users are often the ultimate target for intruders. And so Insight IDR monitors Office 365 administrator accounts, and then it will alert the security team of any suspicious activity. One other example I'll give is geographically impossible access. So with this, a customer would receive an alert if an employee's cell phone synchronizes email via Office 365 from, let's say, Brazil, within an hour of the same user connecting to the corporate VPN from Paris. So in this scenario, clearly one of these connections cannot be legitimate. And then these are just a few examples that I can think of right now.
Very nice. Yeah, lots of options there, ways that it can help. Another question, what kind of reporting capabilities does Insight VM have?
So I'll take that one. So Insight VM has a few different ways of reporting. I mentioned today and highlighted our live dashboards that we talked about, but in addition to that, there are a few other things to call out. We also have static reporting that a lot of our customers love to use, especially, at that executive level. And we have, in particular to call it out, is our executive summary report, which is a PDF report, and that really helps to, it showcases measuring trends month over month, which is one of our most used static reports. And then we have other stuff too as well, like our top 25 remediations report. That's a report that provides step-by-step solutions. So more, working with those technical teams and the remediation teams is a great report to be providing. In addition to live dashboards and static reporting, we also have what's called Query Builder. And this is actually a relatively new feature in Insight VM. And basically what Query Builder does is it lets you query assets and vulnerabilities and solutions without needing to know any sort of complex query language. So everything is there in simple terms, and you're really allowed to slice and dice your data the way that you want it. And then, beyond that, you can even take action on the query. So you can use the queries that you create to carry out things like remediation projects or goals and SLAs that we talked about today. So variety of different types of reporting capabilities that we have built into Insight VM.
Nice. I like how you can use those queries and take action from them. That's very cool.
Exactly.
Another question. Yeah, another question. How are Azure logs categorized in Insight IDR?
I can take that one. So in Insight IDR, we have Azure logs organized in 3 different categories. So the first being control or management logs. So these are Azure activity logs, and they provide information on any Azure Resource Manager activity. The next one is data plate logs or Azure diagnostic logs, and these are generated from day-to-day operations of Azure applications and services. And then lastly, process event logs. So these are the logs that provide information on events that in some way have already been analyzed by Azure.
Okay, nice. And so you said to get started, actually let me go back to this slide right here. I'll bring it up for everyone. We can go to rapid7.com/trial, and this is a free 30-day trial that we sign up for. If people do that, can you kind of walk us through the steps? Like what happens? Is this a website we access and to do a POC? Do we download something? How does that work?
Yeah, I can take that one. So what that looks like is those links, if you go to them, you'll be able to read a little bit more about what our trial experience is. And so with our trial, you actually get full access to our full feature list, which is pretty awesome. So you can try out everything that we have to offer for those full 30 days. Once you sign up, you will be emailed, the process of deploying and kind of getting started and walking through all of that. We have a lot of in-product messaging that does a really great job of walking you through everything. Also, can always contact our support as well to help out with any of that. But yeah, it just really walks you through the product. You're able to really get in there with your own data and see how, for example, Insight IDR would really benefit you specifically. So it's pretty great. It's really immersive. And yeah, for 30 days, it's totally free.
Very nice. I like it. All right. Well, great presentation. Thank you so much, Tori and Margaret. Thanks for being on.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
And thanks to Rapid7 for supporting today's event. Again, go to rapid7.com, sign up for the trials, and check them out for yourself. Also, check out the PDF that's available there for download in your audience console. And now it's time for our next Amazon $500 gift card winner. We have a gift card going to Eric Atkinson from North Carolina. Congratulations, Eric Atkinson from North Carolina. 2 more gift cards still to give away on today's presentation. And now I'm excited to introduce our next presenter on today's EcoCast. That is Mr. Kyle Wallstead, Senior Solutions Architect at Ignite. Kyle, take it away.
Hello, my name is Kyle Wallstead. I'm a Senior Solutions Architect with Ignite. For the past 10 years, I've been helping customers learn about and implement the Ignite solution. Today, I'm here to talk to you about content sprawl. It's a trend I've been seeing for the past few years. I'll begin by defining what content sprawl is and why it can be a problem. And then I'll talk about the Ignite Content Services platform and how we can help you mitigate that content sprawl while enhancing your user experience. The content sprawl challenge. So historically, everything lived on premise. So it was simpler, perhaps, but things were disjointed as well. You had file servers, maybe a content management solution. You need to send something, you send it as an attachment, or it's a larger file, so you have to use FTP. Now you need to work remotely, so VPN, or have multiple offices, maybe use some sort of replication solution. Plus, of course, all this needs to be maintained and backed up and kept alive for the organization. Okay. Now, with the cloud, you've got all kinds of new ways to work and all kinds of great ways to enhance productivity. Something like e-signature tools, or a CRM tool, or sync and share apps where you can connect users to content or to the information that they need from wherever they are and from any device. The challenge is each of these tools has its own repository associated with it. And each user may even have their own repository within the solution for the business. So you've got content spread all over the place, and none of those tools were really built to integrate with or replace the on-premises infrastructure. So you end up with a lot of duplicates of content everywhere, and not always a clear direction for users of where to go for what information. Now, if you add to that the data landscape that we live in today, the laws are changing. You've got GDPR in Europe. In the United States, certain states have their own, like California has the CCPA. There may be a national privacy law soon. There's different countries have their own policies, and again, that's ever evolving. Now, that's for personally identifiable information, but there's also rules around regulated life sciences content. There's rules around financial data. You might have your own client obligations or rules around intellectual property. And there's other threats there as well, whether it's insider, somebody trying to take your data, or external, like ransomware. It's never been more important to protect your data. And that's the problem. It's never been more spread out, and it's never been more valuable. Now, a simple question you can ask yourself is, do you know where your content is? We've just defined the problem in the previous slide, but typically the answer to that is file servers. It's a myriad of SaaS applications for all kinds of different purposes, whether that's a DocuSign, a Salesforce, etc. And the number one trend that we're seeing more recently is Teams. Now, Teams is fantastic at connecting people to people, but Teams was never designed to be your content repository. And if you're using Teams and you peel back the layers, you've got OneDrive storage for direct communications, and you've got SharePoint backends for team sites. And within a given team site, each one has a new SharePoint site created, and different channels will have subfolders within a document library. So you've got a lot of sprawl of many different SharePoint sites often, and each user's OneDrive being pulled in to be the storage backbone for Teams. So especially with the pandemic, lots of people have rolled out Teams very quickly, and rightfully so, to be able to support being able to work from home. But they're now starting to find out about some of the downstream challenges and some of the importance for governance around Teams. And a lot of that begins before Ignite would even enter the picture. Just rules around who can create a team, what purpose teams should be used for, how often those are reviewed, what the procedures are for archive, etc. So now that we've defined the problem and talked about the recent trend, let's begin to talk about the Ignite solution. So I'm going to break up the content services platform into a couple of key areas. We'll talk about secure collaboration and how we can modernize an organization's infrastructure and centralize content. Then we'll talk about content governance. Now, you can try to centralize all of your content, but the fact of the matter is you're still going to have an element of sprawl. So it's really important to be able to govern all of your content wherever it may be. And Ignite can help provide central visibility and classification of your content so you can ensure that your governance strategy is being upheld. And finally, we'll talk about how this comes all in and really supports the Microsoft investments and kind of is a real better together type of scenario. Secure collaboration with Ignite. So Ignite was purpose-built for businesses, and we've been helping organizations transform and replace their file servers and move to a modern file services platform for 13, coming on 14 years. This provides a like-for-like experience. You can offer a mapped drive to your users. That's going to work anywhere in the globe that they're located. We support Windows and Mac for that. We even have the ability to integrate with on-premises storage where required for maybe very large files or heavy operations or an office with poor or unreliable internet connectivity. We've had cases where people roll out Ignite to their users, replacing file servers in many different locations without even telling their users. That's extremely powerful in order to drive adoption. You add on to that a whole suite of services where you can share files securely. You can invite guest users into the system for sustained collaboration. And all of this is completely audited. So you've got the ability to create a central storage repository that you drive users to. And that, of course, integrates with your SaaS landscape. Things like Microsoft Teams, or Office Online, or Office from mobile. Other things like Salesforce.com or DocuSign are going to integrate with the cloud. So you can use these tools for what they're built for, while Ignite is what helps connect your data to your users and do so securely. So again, using the Teams example, Teams connects people with people. You can allow users to leverage all the productivity gains of the ad hoc collaboration and other work that they're able to do within Teams without creating those many silos of content behind the scenes. So Ignite plugs in seamlessly and acts as that centralized storage, allowing you to leverage Teams for what it's built for and the value it's offering your organization without that sacrifice and that compromise of the sprawl. And if you add on top of that, we do also integrate with Azure in a number of different ways, whether that's for the storage backend or Azure Active Directory, or even deploying like the local cache within Azure and having a VLAN type of scenario for your users. We just spoke about how Ignite can help mitigate sprawl by centralizing your content. However, Ignite knows we're not going to be the one repository that you have. The fact of the matter is, you're going to have some content in OneDrive and SharePoint. And we're not here to discourage that either. We're here to, of course, implement Ignite as a core secure location you can drive users to that integrates seamlessly with Teams. However, you're going to have a strategy as an organization, and you may have certain workflows where you leverage a OneDrive, you leverage SharePoint, but you're also going to have rules around where maybe sensitive content should live. Maybe that shouldn't appear on someone's hard drive synced through their OneDrive, for example. So with Ignite, you're able to provide centralized visibility. You're able to tie into different cloud repositories. Of course, Microsoft 365 being a big one, but also other public clouds, even email or on-premise repositories. You're able to classify your content, identify PII information, maybe client data, intellectual property, or financial data, and apply specific rules to your content based on the type of content it is. The best part about this is it doesn't require the user to tag or self-classify where they're prone to human error. You might have certain people that mark everything as sensitive because they don't want to get in trouble. You might have other people that don't want to be impacted and have blocks in place, so they mark everything as public. This will automatically classify your content based on both built-in patterns as well as custom patterns and custom keywords that you can configure. Now, while we talked previously about how Ignite can centralize your content, mitigate sprawl in that way, this mitigates the problem that sprawl can become by giving you clear central visibility and governance capability that spans across your different repositories. Now add to that your ability to spot suspicious behavior, like somebody that typically accesses 50 files in a week. All of a sudden they download 200 files in a day. Well, you can receive an alert, disable their account, and perhaps even recover that content and find out proactively that they were trying to take data with them. Or ransomware. We can quarantine content, or if we suspect a day zero ransomware attack, provide you alerting, asking you if you want to disable their account. And regardless, once it is caught, we can help you recover and roll back that user's changes made during the period of time that they were impacted. There might be a compromised account, somebody that logs in from multiple locations during a short period of time. You may need to reply to a subject access request. Someone invokes their right to be forgotten. They come to you and they say, I want to know every bit of my personal information that you have about me, and I want you to delete it. Well, when you have content spread across all these different repositories, that can be very difficult, especially if you don't have something like Ignite that can provide central visibility. So hopefully you've learned a little something here today. Hopefully you've enjoyed the conversation, and we'd love to continue it with you. Thank you for your time today. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you about Ignite and how we work with Microsoft to simplify and secure the collaboration experience. I hope you took away some valuable insights. Let me end by pointing out a few resources at your fingertips. First, feel free to connect with me, Kyle Walstead, on LinkedIn, or to email me directly. That's kwalstead@ignite.com. Second, hop on the website for an opportunity to trial the Ignite solution at no cost for 15 days. That's at ignite.com. And lastly, check out our new online TCO calculator. With 5 clicks, it can help you assess the cost and productivity savings that come hand in hand with implementing the Ignite platform. Once again, thank you for your time, and I hope to speak with many of you again soon. Take care.
Really cool presentation there from Kyle. I bet these are solutions that many of us, maybe even never thought about before. I know I'm learning a lot on the event. I hope that you are as well. Protecting things like Teams, with the dramatic increase of Teams, suddenly all of us are, considering all these ancillary but very critical use cases about, well, what happens if it goes down? What happens if data is lost? And what about compliance? And so it looks like Ignite has some really cool solutions in that area. I've just brought up the poll question that says, what additional information would you like about the Ignite solution? So of course, we appreciate your participation in that poll. If you have questions for Kyle, reach out to him via email or get in your question right here. Thank you for all the good feedback coming in from the audience, how they're enjoying, you all are enjoying the presentations. Young, so many other folks out there said they're enjoying the presentations today. So we appreciate that. We've got a lot more to come up next here in our final presentation with Veeam. It's going to be a great one. I'll just leave up this poll while we announce our second to last gift card winner. This is going out to Rob Amundson from Minnesota. We've got an Amazon $500 gift card for Rob Amundson from Minnesota. One more gift card still to give out after our next presentation, so make sure that you stay tuned for that. All right, thank you everyone who answered the poll. I'm excited to introduce our next presenters on today's EcoCast. That is Mr. Edward Watson, Product Marketing Manager, and Mr. Sam Nichols, Principal Product Marketing at Veeam. Edward and Sam, are you there?
I'm here. We're here.
Great to have you on. Take it away.
Great to be here. All right, well, thanks for joining this EcoCast, more specifically the sticking with us for the Veeam section of this EcoCast. My name is Sam Nichols. I'm one of the principal product marketing managers here at Veeam, and I am primarily responsible for our cloud-native offerings. So this would be Veeam Backup for Microsoft Azure in this instance. And I'm joined by my fellow compatriot, expat, colleague, Mr. Edward Watson. Edward, a few welcome words from you.
Yes, thanks for joining us. I cover the Office 365 portion of this presentation and look forward to this discussion today.
Fantastic. So without further ado, let's get started. The topic is why backup Azure and Office 365 is essential. So we're going to kind of cover off a little bit on why we need to be backing up our cloud data, whether that is on the SaaS side of things with Office 365 or the IaaS kind of things on the Azure side of things. But ultimately want to cover the multi-cloud strategy that companies have in place. This is a little piece of research taken from Forbes. That's their 10 key takeaways from the RightScale 2020 State of the Cloud report, where 93% of those respondents have a multi-cloud strategy. Right, and when we say multi-cloud, that can be a mixture of a couple of different things, right? It can be multi-cloud in the sense of people using multiple public clouds, so the likes of AWS, Azure, Google, IBM, or it could be a little bit more of a traditional sense of things in the hybrid cloud, so the use of a single private cloud as well as one or more public clouds. And so ultimately, multi-cloud strategies are here and now. That number is 93% today. I believe it was 84% last year, and I expect when they release that same piece of research next year, it's going to grow even higher. But as people continue to transition more and more of what were traditionally, virtual physical workloads on premises to the cloud, there is this common misconception that they do not need to back that data up. And it's simply not true, right? And data loss still happens in the cloud just like on premises, right? Data is no more or less immune to being compromised in the cloud as it is on premises. And, Veeam, we've been in the backup business for well over a decade now. And, when we talk to our customers and, those that are starting to move their workloads into the cloud, we ask them kind of, what are the causes behind the data loss that you guys are experiencing in the cloud? And, the answers don't necessarily differ too much from what we see on premises, right? We've got the accidental deletion of data. We're all human. We all make mistakes. Data gets deleted, whether that's by the user or by us as admins. We've got retention policy gaps. Actually, interestingly enough, this happens more so in the cloud than we see on premises. And it's really because of the nature of the cloud, right? The cloud is built to be very elastic, very flexible, very scalable. So we likely, instead of having these, workloads that persist for long periods of time, in the interest of cost effectiveness, we spin these workloads up, they serve their purpose, and we spin them down. So we have these transient, ephemeral, dynamic workloads that are constantly coming and going. And if there isn't, perfect communication between the people responsible for creating and managing those workloads and those that are responsible for protecting them, that can expose us to those retention policy gaps. So automation is absolutely key when it comes to the cloud. Of course, we've got security threats, whether those are internal or external. I think, if you ask anyone in IT right now what's the top concern on their list, it's pretty much always security. And again, security threats can come in many shapes and sizes, right? We've got internal security threats, so maybe a malicious insider or a rogue employee, or maybe it's kind of more traditional external security threats like ransomware or cyber attacks. Ultimately, we need to protect our data against each of these. There are many, many examples out there in the public domain on, like rogue employees. Their contract has been terminated before their credentials are revoked. They go out there and decide to delete all of the production data without a backup. There's nothing to recover from. And then the last two on the right here, you see are less so around data loss, but more so just around challenges with protecting data in the cloud, right? As time goes on, this marketplace is just fraught with compliance requirements, whether those are internally imposed or externally enforced. Ultimately, we are challenged with protecting data in a very specific way for a very specific amount of time, right? So we look at things like healthcare or financial services. We have to keep these records for a minimum of 7 years. When you're doing that in the cloud, and the cloud is certainly not a charity, you're paying for every single gigabyte, every single second. So we have to be very, very knowledgeable about, what our service level objectives are, what our compliance requirements are, and what our costs are. And then finally is managing hybrid deployments and migrations. The previous slide showed that the overwhelming majority of those with multi-cloud environments are, hybrid deployments, right? A mixture of on-premises and cloud workloads. And the way that we protect, a virtual machine, a physical machine, a cloud VM, in this instance an Azure VM, is very different to one another. There's different sets of best practices, different sets of tools to be using. And when we think about that, we start to involve multiple different vendors, and that can become very expensive. It can be error-prone, time-consuming. So ultimately, we've got to back the data up. It can present us with some challenges. So moving on to the next slide, just kind of building on, what caused IT outages. We've got the top 9. This is from our 2020 data protection research. Some of you guys may have already seen this, but when I look at the top 9 reasons for outages here, and this is across any environment, only really one is solved by infrastructure as a service, and that's the storage hardware outage. Everything else can, will, and does happen in the cloud here. And these numbers, this data doesn't lie, but Microsoft even says it themselves, right? You still need a backup. Their shared responsibility model states, where they are responsible for things like infrastructure and where responsibility is retained by the customer. So if we look from right to left here, we've got on-premises, everything's green, you, the customer, are responsible for securing and protecting everything. And then as we transition workloads from varying degrees from infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, we do transition varying degrees of responsibility to that cloud provider. But the important thing is that we don't transfer all of the responsibility. And right at the top, you can see that you are responsible for securing and protecting your information and data. It is still yours. It is still your responsibility to protect it. So we're going to go and dive into some of the Veeam offerings here. So first off, I'm going to kick off with our Veeam Backup for Microsoft Azure product, something that we released in April. And it is, an Azure integrated purpose-built solution to go and protect Azure VMs. And at the core of it are really 4 key principles, right? The fact that it's Azure integrated, it utilizes native technologies. It is incredibly cost effective. It is secure, and also cloud mobility, which is probably like the most, I don't want to say weird ones out of those, but maybe one that might need the most explanation. But ultimately, the 4 key pillars of this product are all built on why people are moving to the cloud in the first place. So I want to give you guys an overview of what Veeam Backup for Microsoft Azure is, how it works, and then I'm going to transition you over to Edward to talk about Office 365. But from the Azure integrated perspective, it can be deployed in the very same way that you can go out and deploy the Azure VMs themselves, right? It's all through the Azure Marketplace. You can subscribe and deploy that directly from that marketplace, get it set up. It's very wizard-driven. You can have it set up and creating your first policy in 10 minutes. So it's very, very rapid. You can start protecting your cloud data in just minutes. Secondly, it's agentless, right? So I mentioned that there are different ways to protect different types of workloads, and agentless is certainly the best way to go out and protect cloud workloads. And our primary kind of data protection mechanism that we use in Veeam Backup for Microsoft Azure are native Azure VM snapshots, right? Because snapshots are great. We can take them very fast, and that allows us for very, very frequent restore points, and it also allows us for very, very fast restores. And you can certainly do that with the Azure console, but we mentioned the retention policy gaps, the elasticity, the ever-changing landscape of cloud. So doing that manually is not necessarily the best way. So we want to introduce automation, and we can completely automate the snapshot lifecycle from the creation, the management, the retention, and ultimately the deletion of those snapshots with policy-based automation. And ultimately, that's going to allow for a lot more reliable cloud backup. And you also see that we can automate backup here, which I'll get onto in just a little bit. From a recovery perspective, we do have very flexible recovery options. They're very fast. We can do that on a full level recovery of the entire Azure VM, whether that's in place of the existing Azure VM or as a new Azure VM. And then we've got very granular file and folder level restore options, right? So, if it's just a single file or folder that's missing, we don't want to have to restore the entire VM. Anyone that's familiar with Veeam and our Explorer-like technology, we can search and browse for those individual files and folders, select them, and download that file and deliver it back. So I mentioned about automating backup, right? Because we automate the snapshots, and snapshots, again, are great, but they don't necessarily replace the need for backup. So we also allow you to back up those snapshots to more cost-effective storage, which is Azure Blob in this instance. And that's great because it's a secondary line of data protection, but also Azure Blob is a lot more cost-effective than the disks that the snapshots live on. And this is great from that compliance perspective, So if we have to keep we have to keep our data for a certain number of years, it's going to be much more cost effective to do that on the Azure Blob storage than it is those managed disks. So we allow that backup to that more cost effective Azure Blob storage. And we also introduced an industry first backup cost calculator. And that backup cost calculator is featured in every policy creation that you make in the wizard. And before you commit to that policy, it's going to say, based on these snapshot settings, these backup settings, these different locations, your policy is going to cost X amount. And that's going to be great because that helps us control those cloud costs. It helps mitigate any unexpected expenses at the end of every month, and ultimately helps us align our service level objectives with our budgets. Kind of got ahead of myself on this one because this is where I talk about low cost retention, backing up your Azure VM snapshots as a backup file to that more cost effective Azure Blob storage. We did build it with security in mind, right? Because we want you to be able to isolate your backup data from your production data through cross-resource group and cross-region backup. It is a best practice because we don't want any access to both production and backup, because in the event of a rogue employee, or if a production data set is compromised by an external threat, if they have access to backup and production, they can delete absolutely everything and there's still nothing to recover from. So we kind of put these boundaries and isolate our backup data from production, so if one set is compromised, the other isn't. We've always got an opportunity to recover. We've also got a layered defense against cyber attacks with multi-factor authentication. So, the typical something username, password, something you have, a mobile device. So you have the option to enable that here as well as that added layer of defense. And then onto the cloud mobility piece. And this is interesting because we have all of these different infrastructures, physical, virtual, cloud. And data's living in each of those, but it's always changing, right? Our needs are always changing. We're always, we're decreasing our adoption of physical infrastructure. Virtual staying roughly the same, but the cloud piece is absolutely skyrocketing. So data needs to be portable and movable. And Veeam ultimately allows you to do that with our portable backup format, the VBK. And pretty much all of our solutions use this Veeam backup format. And that ultimately delivers you the flexibility and portability to back up, recover, or migrate to, from, and within any environment. So if you want to take a physical machine backup and restore it to a VMware vSphere machine, if you want to take something from a VMware vSphere machine to Azure VM, you can absolutely do that. You can do any which way that you like. We don't want to be prescriptive in where you store your data. We want you to store your data where you want. There's no platform lock-in. We just want you to be able to do what you want with your data, provide you with a tool set and a purpose-built tool set for wherever that data lives. And we make that even easier with our Veeam Universal License, which is a license that is as flexible and portable as you need your workloads to be. And that takes those licensing management headaches out of things. So as you, move maybe a VM, a virtual machine to a cloud VM and then continue to protect it in the cloud, that license is just going to follow it. So it makes license management very, very easy. I'm going to transition you over to Edward in just a couple of seconds. Veeam Backup for Microsoft Azure is available in 2 editions. We've got the free edition. There are no time limitations. There are no feature limitations. There's no limitations on the number of restores. It is 100% free for you guys to go and back up 10 Azure VMs. So if anyone wants to get hands-on and give it a try, completely risk-free, you can go out to the Azure Marketplace, type in Veeam. You'll see Veeam Backup for Microsoft Azure free edition. Again, you can deploy that in a matter of minutes and start testing it out. If you want to see a demo of it as well, there are plenty hosted on veeam.com. And then we have our Bring Your Own License edition, which leverages that Veeam Universal license, again, that portable license that can be used to license Veeam Backup for Microsoft Azure, Veeam Backup and Application for protecting your virtual and physical machines, so on and so forth. So any questions that you have, please post them in the chat. I'm going to transfer you to Edward now to talk about Office 365.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Great first half of the presentation there. So switching gears, before we dive into O365, I think it's worth mentioning that Veeam was included very recently in the Data Center Backup and Recovery Gartner Magic Quadrant, where we actually placed on the highest for ability to execute. And Office 365 Backup specifically was called out as a new strength that we have. Definitely have quite a bit of leadership now in the O365 backup space, and we're excited to see how that evolves. So again, if you haven't checked out the Gartner Magic Quadrants for data center backup and recovery, we definitely urge you to check that out. And just to kind of dovetail into a lot of what Sam was mentioning, he mentioned the accidental deletions and the different security threats that are involved in really those cloud-based workloads are vulnerable to. And really, it's no different with O365, being that cloud-based productivity tool. What VBO does, what Veeam Backup for Office 365 does, is essentially eliminate the risk. So we covered all those vulnerabilities. What we're doing with this product is essentially eliminating them, whether that's Exchange Online, SharePoint Online, OneDrive for Business, or even Microsoft Teams data. So putting the control back in your hands. One of the big differentiators for us at Veeam is really flexibility and being able to give you as the customer any location for those storage targets. So compared to many competitors, we offer things like Cloud Object Storage, Azure Blob, AWS S3. We have an ecosystem of service providers. We would never lock you into any particular storage, but instead give you any variety of different storages you want to use, even on premises, of course, if you have those some local storage available to you as well. No backup is complete without restore capabilities, so we offer many restore capabilities, give you a vast variety of different options for recovery, and we'll cover a little bit of those in a bit. And of course, legal and compliance is a huge use case for many customers today. I'm sure many of you have a form of legal and compliance you need where you perhaps would rather have a much more granular, easy way to search and discover and find exactly the file or document that you need to hand off to a compliance officer or HR officer and simply move on with the rest of your day. And we also have a community edition version of this product. It is limited to, if you have a smaller set of users you want to back up with this, you could certainly use this for that, or limited to 1 terabyte of SharePoint data. I mentioned we have a variety of different recovery options, and this is really where this product shines. So really it's all about giving you all the restore options you might need, whether it's saving as a PST, exporting these files, restoring these files, giving you a variety of different restore options, restoring an object to a prior version. So again, whether Exchange Online, OneDrive for Business, or SharePoint online and on premises, giving you all the different options you may need to get that data back and, again, save it, export it, share it in the formats that you would need for your business. And, we're constantly innovating at Veeam, and this product is no different. So with version 4, we actually came out with object storage support, really giving the flexibility to deploy directly into object storage directly, whether that be in the Azure Marketplace or also the AWS Marketplace, leverage things like S3, Azure Blob directly, as well as S3 compatible, taking advantage of all those great benefits that come along with object storage, right? That unlimited scalability, that reduced costs, all the things we look for in leveraging the cloud. And version 5 is coming. So I want to just give a small plug for our upcoming launch. This will be our purpose-built backup and recovery specifically for Microsoft Teams data. So, you know, this is definitely something to look for if you're looking specifically to back up that Teams data natively, right? And not just the data that resides within OneDrive or SharePoint, but actually the settings, the tabs, the posts themselves. This will be that solution coming in the next few months. So definitely look for that release coming out here shortly. And just taking a look at all the great customers we have, you know, this product has great momentum. We've had 99,000 downloads so far, representing 10 million users backed up. Many different organizations, many different logos that are probably familiar to you. So, you know, as you're looking at solutions, definitely look for one that has lots of customers like we do, right? Customers that are big names that, you know, obviously have wrapped their heads around the idea that they need to protect O365 data. This is critical data, and they leverage Veeam to do it. And lastly, I'd like to just share this link. I believe if you click that link, it will actually open up the landing page for you to get this dummies book. So feel free to click that. If you are interested in kind of using this resource as you navigate through, you know, O365, you know, backup vendors and decisions and all of the different considerations as you approach this new strategy, feel free to use this as your all-encompassing guide. And I believe we also have an Azure asset. If you're interested in more of the Azure data protection components, we have offered that asset as well as a linked asset in the presentation. And again, try for yourself. You get a free 30-day trial. You could pretty much be deployed, all set up and deployed by the end of this presentation. It's very easy, very simple to do, and you should, you know, click the link and try for yourself if you're interested. And again, we thank you for bearing through the Veeam portion of this presentation. We hope you learned a few things. We hope this was helpful to you. So we'll go ahead and take a few questions now, I think.
Excellent presentation, Edward and Sam. Really good stuff, always coming from Veeam. I want to call everyone's attention to the handout tab there. That's where you'll find the conversational Azure backup best practices. It's the full ebook, has some cool comics in it. So make sure that you check that out and download that now and read it after the event. If you have a question about the Veeam presentation, now's the time to get it in. So I'll just leave up the poll question while we do some Q&A. The first question, how do I, Veeam customer, can I use my Veeam universal licenses to license Veeam backup from Microsoft Azure? How does that work?
Yeah, you absolutely can. That's kind of the wonderful thing about the Veeam universal license. You can pretty much license anything under our portfolio. So very easy to do so. Any Veeam licenses you have, if you want some coaching through it, I would strongly recommend contacting your Veeam representative or your Veeam systems engineer or a partner if you work with one, but they can help out with you know, helping you use that Veeam universal license for Veeam backup for Microsoft Azure.
Nice, okay. Like that flexibility there. Next question, how can I get a demo of Veeam backup for Microsoft Azure? What's the easiest way to do that?
I guess if you would like a demo right now, you could head over to veeam.com and under our resources tab, you can just search for Azure and there will be any number of presentations or demos available on demand at your fingertips. We do also run weekly Veeam backup for Microsoft Azure demos. They're kind of like a smaller, intimate setting where we encourage interaction. So I can see a number of people on the poll requesting a personal demo. You can absolutely get it that way, or again, contacting your Veeam representative, SE, or Veeam partner, and they'll be able to demo that for you as well.
Okay, nice. And then exactly how do you go about backing up Microsoft Teams? I'm sure this is a question a lot of people are asking themselves lately.
Yeah, great question as well. So previously, and really prior to Microsoft releasing the native APIs, it would just be whatever's journaled elsewhere, right? So that Microsoft Teams data actually resides within SharePoint, resides in OneDrive for Business, so it resides elsewhere, right? So whenever you were trying to back up that data, you'd actually be backing up the data that resides within each of those applications. With version 5, this completely changes the game. This is, natively integrated, uses the Microsoft APIs, so you can actually get really hands-on and granular, get exactly the data you want to get back, back up your entire Teams organization directly, as opposed to by default.
Nice, very cool. And so this person's asking, they say, I use litigation hold. Do I really need to back up Office 365?
Yeah, good question, and that's a question we get quite often. We have a lot of customers saying, I use litigation hold, I use this legal solution, it seems to work just fine to kind of freeze the data, but really it's just that, right? It's essentially freezing the data for legal proceedings, and it does a great job at that. It is not, however, a backup solution. A lot of these sort of extras that come in O365, they simply don't equate, if you kind of look at them across the board, they do not equate to a backup solution, which is essentially backing up that data in a separate location, separate source, and being able to recover it when and how you need to. So I would definitely advise against litigation hold in place of a backup solution, as well as unlimited archive. These are not backup solutions.
Okay, great point. Yeah, we did have that question. In fact, I've already seen it a number of times during this event, actually, is that it isn't backup included with Office 365. And so the answer is no.
Right, exactly.
All right, excellent. So let's see. It looks like that's all the time we have in our Q&A session here. We answered, looks like all the questions that have come in, but really great content, as always, from Veeam, Sam, and Edward. Thank you so much for your presentation today.
Thanks for having us. Thanks for joining, everyone.
And again, thank you to Veeam for supporting today's event. Check out that handout, like we said, in the audience console. It's a full ebook on Azure best practices. And then, as Sam mentioned in his presentation, you can go to the direct link that's actually right there on the console. You see in the bottom left-hand corner of the console, you can click to download the full Office 365 Backup for Dummies book as well. So a lot of free resources, a lot of free ebooks coming out here from Veeam today. And also, of course, see Veeam Backup Office 365 for yourself with a free trial. And the link is on the webpage as well there in the slides window. And with that, it's time for our final gift card winner on today's presentation. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Tom Horton. Tom Horton from California. Congratulations. We'll reach out to send you that gift card. And before you go, I want to remind you to join the 10 on Tech podcast. You can subscribe to it over in the iTunes store. If you are a potential sponsor of an upcoming MegaCast or EcoCast event, reach out to us at connect@actualtechmedia.com, and we would love to chat about having you on to present. And finally, I hope that you'll join us on our next event. That is the key trends in data storage from Flash to HCI to composable EcoCast coming up next week with Atempo and Cohesity and others. Hope to see you on that event. After today's presentation, you'll be automatically redirected to our events website where you can join future upcoming presentations. Hope to see you there. I hope that you learned a lot on today's EcoCast and have a great day. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.